has been suffering terrible deprivation because he published the truth.
Julian isn't a name, he's not a symbol, he's a human being.
What are your worst fears?
Those are just collapses.
It's okay. In no sane world can this be normalized.
We're here because we have a child in the and going to get him out.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Ithaca, a fight to free Julian Assange. Next Tuesday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
The city has been in lockdown. Good evening. It's Tuesday, the 7th of June. Our top stories tonight. China accuses Australia of distorting the truth over an RAAF jet interception over the South China Sea. A rate shock as the Reserve Bank hikes interest rates by 0.5 percentage point. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese wraps up his Indonesia visit with a pledge to work with Jakarta on trade and climate change. And Boris Johnson vows to get on with the job after surviving a confidence vote. You're watching The World. Hello, I'm Beverly O'Connor. Also tonight, the notorious Gupta brothers arrested in the Middle East over corruption allegations in South Africa. Well, China has issued a stern warning for Australia to stop provocative actions in the South China Sea. Now, that's after a Royal Australian Air Force surveillance plane was dangerously intercepted in an area near the Paracel Islands. It was the first official confirmation from Chinese defence officials that the interception happened. The Defence Department has revealed a Chinese jet set off flares and released a cloud of chaff while flying close to the Australian plane. But Beijing has accused Australia of distorting the truth.
军机严重威胁中方
The Australian military aircraft is a serious threat to China's sovereignty and security. The response and measures taken by the Chinese military are professional, safe, reasonable and legal. The Australian side has blatantly distorted the truth, repeatedly spread false information and advocated confrontation. China firmly opposes this. We urge the Australian side to immediately stop such dangerous and provocative actions and strictly restrain the actions of its air and naval forces. Otherwise, it will bear all the serious consequences arising thereafter.
Pacific countries have agreed to resolve a leadership crisis within the region's peak diplomatic body during a crucial meeting of the Pacific Islands Forum in Fiji today. 5 Micronesian countries now say they will remain within the forum after previously vowing to leave the regional body. Their concerns centred around the severing of a so-called gentleman's agreement that would have seen their candidate elected to the role of Secretary-General. The Prime Minister of the Cook Islands says leaders who were present in Fiji today agreed to a suite of reforms in order to stay united.
Well, I think it's a very significant meeting and some really positive outcomes were achieved. The main one being that the family stays together. So the Micronesians have agreed to stay in the forum.
And our Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Gedges will join us later on these developments, including the role Australia has been playing in trying to reunite the forum. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has wrapped up his first bilateral visit to Indonesia. Over the last 2 days, he's promoted trade links, greater climate ambition and strategic cooperation in a pitch that was warmly welcomed by Australia's largest neighbour. Political reporter Jay Norman reports from Makassar in the eastern province of South Sulawesi.
Touching down in Indonesia's booming eastern frontier.
This is the first visit by any Australian Prime Minister to Makassar.
The nation's 5th largest city.
That was during the election campaign.
Hungry for knowledge.
You've got to do it around the other way.
And investment. Eastern Pearl's got the capacity to process tens of thousands of tonnes of West Australian wheat flour each day.
What would you make biscuits out of?
A symbol for future business ties, export-based, value-added and self-raised through joint Australian-Indonesian investment.
Growth will be determined by population. We are in the fastest growing region of the world.
The Prime Minister's demonstrating his desire for a deeper relationship with Jakarta, flagging easier access to Australian visas and an injection of cash through a $200 million climate and infrastructure fund.
The change policy on climate change that my government was elected to implement has been welcomed here in the region and indeed by every world leader who I've spoken to.
Despite a landmark trade deal and prime ministerial visits, Australia's relationship with its largest neighbour has been perennially underdone.
It's not an easy place to do business, and I think they're working really hard at that. But we have to play the long game here as Australian businesses.
Anthony Albanese.
Shifting alliances and strategic competition have injected a sense of urgency into Australia's regional relations.
We see Indonesia as central to our trade diversification plan.
That's code for finding new markets to reduce Australia's reliance on its $245 billion trade partnership with China. While Anthony Albanese's trek to Indonesia is a well-worn path for new prime ministers, this trip is part of a reorienting of Australian foreign policy. The prime minister's promising to repair and revitalise relations in the region to counter China's growing influence. And he's set a cracking pace, confirming more trips are on the horizon, including next month's meeting of Pacific Island leaders. Jane Norman, ABC News, Makassar.
The Reserve Bank has surprised many economists by raising the cash rate by 0.5 percentage point. Now, this takes it from 0.35% to 0.85% as it tries to curb soaring inflation. Westpac is the first of the Big Four to pass on the full cost to customers. Here's business reporter Rachel Papazzoni.
When first home buyer Sarah Trelaw moved into her new apartment a month ago, she knew her mortgage repayments would start rising just as she and her cat settled in.
I didn't borrow at the top of my range, and I think I can definitely accommodate a few percentage point increases.
With the Reserve Bank's 0.5 percentage point interest rate hike, it's served her well to be prepared.
The RBA is clearly serious about getting inflation under control.
In a statement, the Reserve Bank Governor Philip Lowe said inflation is higher than earlier expected because of COVID-related disruptions to supply chains, the war in Ukraine and higher prices for electricity, gas and petrol. If lenders pass on the rate hike in full, the average owner-occupier loan of $750,000 with 25 years left on the mortgage will rise by nearly $200 a month. If the RBA raises rates to 2.5%, by the end of next year, the repayments on that loan will increase by $977 a month. Renee Boltov's customers are already cutting back on their spending as they try to hold on to their cash to cover increased mortgage repayments.
Instead of coming for, a haircut every 4 weeks, they may come every 6 and stretch it out. So that would have a direct financial impact on the revenue of the business.
While lenders were quick to pass on last month's rate hike in full to borrowers, just over half of banks increased the rate on at least one of their savings accounts, according to Rate City. No doubt those savers will be hoping this time around they'll be rewarded.
I would like to see the banks pass on these hikes in full to savers, but I cannot see many banks passing this on in full.
Sarah is expecting the full increase to be passed on to her home loan, but she's confident she'll be able to manage a few more rate hikes.
It's a bit scary, but I think in the medium term I should be okay.
A good position to be in as the Reserve Bank looks to keep lifting rates. Rachel Papazzoni, ABC News.
In Ukraine, the battle for Severodonetsk is being fought street by street as Moscow's forces push to conquer the eastern Donbass region. Ukrainian officials say at least 8 people were killed and another 11 injured in Russian shelling in the neighbouring Donetsk province. More than 100 days into the invasion, Russia is seeking a decisive win in the industrial Donbass region. But in his nightly video address, Ukraine's President Zelensky says his forces are holding their positions.
The Russian army tries to deploy additional forces in Donbass, but it is the 103rd day of the war and the Ukrainian Donbass stands strong.
Ukrainian forces are continuing to slow the advance of Russian troops with tanks and heavy artillery. Some of the Australian men's cricket team have raised concerns about the timing of a 6-week tour of Sri Lanka as the country struggles with a deep economic crisis. But many Sri Lankans hope the tour will bring international attention to the hardships that they are facing. Our Southeast Asia correspondent Avani Dias reports from Colombo.
Sri Lankans are used to waiting. They can spend hours lining up for access to basic services like fuel and gas. But this is different. Today they're lining up for tickets to Australia's cricket tour of the country.
Really hard time to Sri Lanka, but cricket is the solution.
As Sri Lanka suffers through its worst financial crisis since independence more than 70 years ago. Shortages of food, cooking gas, fuel and medicine have left many struggling.
I'm just down the road to where people have been buying tickets for the cricket, and there is a real contrast here in how people are feeling. There's a lot of tension and frustration among these people who've been waiting for hours just to fill up their vehicles. And this is what Australian players were worried about in the lead up to this cricket tour, that they would be using crucial resources like fuel and power when Sri Lankans are clearly struggling.
You get angry only, sir. You can't explain it, so it's very hard for all the people.
While some players have raised questions about the ethical implications of the tour, there is a positive spin.
It's probably creating a lot of jobs in terms of vendors and things like that around the grounds, and I mean just the overall economic impact will be really important of Australia being here.
In the CBD, protesters continue to call for the President, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, to resign.
Leaders are not listening to us, so we kind of need help from the international community to solve this problem in Sri Lanka.
They hope Australia's tour will bring much needed attention to their struggle. Avni Dias, ABC News, Colombo.
Let's return to that crucial meeting in Fiji today, where leaders from the region met to discuss the future of the Pacific Island Forum. We're joined now by our Foreign Affairs reporter, Stephen Jedgetts. And Stephen, quite a breakthrough in what had become a bit of a standoff in the leadership among Pacific nations.
Yeah, that's right, Beverly. This had been a really ugly incident. It actually has been going on for quite a while. It was early last year that the Pacific Islands Forum essentially split apart after a really rancorous disagreement over who should be the next Secretary General. Now, Henry Puna, the former Cook Islands Prime Minister, won that battle, but it was very acrimonious because the Micronesians, largely from the North Pacific, a sub-region, claimed that it was their turn for the top job and that a gentleman's agreement had been breached by the other countries. They then began the process of essentially splitting from the Pacific Islands Forum, causing quite a bit of consternation in Canberra, which was worried about the impact this would have on the forum and what it would do to Pacific unity and solidarity. Now, since then, it's been a long and kind of protracted process of trying to bring the Micronesians back into the tent with only limited success, but it looks like there has now, at the very last minute, been a breakthrough. A number of Micronesian leaders were brought into Suva on an Australian plane a couple of days ago. They've sat down for discussions, Talanoa sessions, with the Prime Minister of Fiji, Frank Bainimarama, as well as the Prime Minister of Samoa and Cook Islands. And it looks like they have now signed essentially a deal in principle, which should see the forum hang together. Under this deal, Henry Puna, who the Micronesians were basically demanding would have to go under their original deal, is now able to stay on as the Pacific Islands Forum Secretary General until 2024. He'll then be replaced under this agreement by a Micronesian candidate. And on top of that, there's a whole lot of other changes to the architecture, including a new Oceans Commissioner, a new sub-regional office of the Pacific Islands Forum, all located in Micronesia, designed to give that section of the Pacific a greater say in the affairs of the Pacific Islands Forum. Now, this isn't an absolute done deal. It still has to be signed off by all the leaders. That's likely to happen at Suva at the Forum Leaders Meeting next month. But the fact you've got all of these heavyweights basically endorsing the deal, including those Micronesians who were most determined to pull out of the region, probably signals that a deal is now done and that the Pacific Islands Forum is starting to look like it will hang together.
Which is so important for them to be cohesive at this point. You talk about an Australian plane bringing those players to Fiji. Did Australia, do you think, play a role in making this happen?
Yeah, certainly it did play a facilitating role. I think the crucial person here was probably Frank Bainimarama, the Fijian leader and current forum chair, who seemed to have orchestrated this session and these face-to-face dialogues. And that seems to have provided the crucial breakthrough here. I mean, it's been said by more than one observer, what the Pacific has really needed over the last couple of years is a face-to-face meeting. That's important in all diplomacy. It's perhaps particularly important in the Pacific. And you could argue that some of the standoff that we've seen and some of the bad blood that we've seen spilt over the last 18 months or so, much of it does have its root in this inability for leaders because of COVID restrictions to actually sit down together and have a heart-to-heart. So Frank Bainimarama orchestrating this is probably the crucial figure, but Australia has also played an important role, not just cajoling and encouraging Pacific leaders to talk to one another and to come up with a solution, but also in some instances providing logistical support, in this case a plane to take the leaders of both Palau and FSM to Suva for these face-to-face talks.
Yeah.
So Australia, not the main player here, but it is getting some credit for its role in trying to bridge this gap and to allow these talks and this reconciliation to take place.
And Stephen, I wondered too, you know, we've seen a sort of wedge evolving with China pushing for a greater role in the Pacific. Do you think that was also playing a part in them wanting to get together and find a resolution so that they can find more consensus?
Absolutely. Yep, I'm confident that it did. We saw, of course, last week Wang Yi's tour of the region. Not only that, more consequentially, we saw the second foreign ministers meeting between China and the 10 Pacific Island states that it has a relationship with. And of course, there was also this push for a regional agreement between China and the Pacific. Now, what that was all about was basically enshrining China at the center of this new regional organization or new regional dialogue, and also about China essentially bypassing PIF entirely and asserting itself as a really dominant player in the region, pushing Pacific regionalism to one side. So I think that prospect and the fact that China is clearly on the move in the Pacific has concentrated minds in the Pacific. It's reminded people about the importance of Pacific unity, the importance of Pacific regionalism, and the strength that the Pacific gains from speaking in one voice, not just on issues like climate change, but also on some of those really fraught and tricky geopolitical questions as well. So whilst this was not fundamentally about China, it was about the conflict between the different sub-regions and perceptions in Micronesia that they were being treated as second-class citizens. I think Wang Yi's visits and the broader geopolitics swirling around these issues would have played into the meeting over the last couple of days and probably firmed up a desire, including within the Micronesian nations, to try and seek a compromise that would allow the Pacific Islands Forum to keep together. And whilst that isn't yet guaranteed, it does now look increasingly likely, perhaps almost certain, that PIF will be able to stay together. That will hopefully be formalised when the leaders of all Pacific Island countries sit down once again in Suva next month.
Very critical development. Good to talk, Stephen. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, Beverly. Cheers.
Well, the British Prime Minister has rallied his cabinet after surviving a bruising confidence vote on his leadership, but his days could still be numbered. While Boris Johnson says it was a decisive win and it's time to move on, Rebel MPs say he has lost his authority. Europe correspondent Nick Dole is in London.
A master of political comebacks, Boris Johnson may not have crushed the rebellion in his Conservative Party, but he's bought himself some time.
I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
He survived, but not by much. 41% of his colleagues voted against his leadership.
I hadn't expected more than a third of the Parliamentary Party expressing no confidence in the Prime Minister. That is severely damaging for him and his reputation.
I think it's an extremely good, positive, conclusive, decisive result, which enables us to move on, to unite, and to focus on delivery. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
The Prime Minister's already been fined for breaching his own COVID laws by attending a party at Number 10, and this moment appears to have strengthened the case against him. Boris Johnson might have won the latest party room vote, but after being booed by flag-waving monarchists at the Queen's Jubilee, many Conservative MPs fear he won't win the vote that matters.
He's been a disappointment and he should go.
If any other Prime Minister had done what he did, they would have been off 100%, but for some reason people keep making excuses for him.
Should Boris Johnson stay or should he go?
Stay.
Why would you like to see him stay?
Because I feel that he's done quite a lot through the COVID, Brexit.
Boris Johnson does have some things going in his favour. One is the lack of a clear challenger. The other is the Conservative Party rulebook. Having survived this no-confidence vote, he shouldn't face another one for the next 12 months.
But there's nothing stopping MPs from changing the rules, so the Prime Minister's position remains precarious. Nick Dole, ABC News, London.
South Africans have condemned Irish airline Ryanair for making them take a test in the Afrikaans language on UK flights. Now, the country has 11 official languages. Many say they don't even understand Afrikaans, a language was imposed during white minority rule. The quiz contains questions on South African general knowledge. Ryanair has defended the test, saying it weeds out those travelling on fraudulent South African passports. But the airline has been accused of discrimination.
Using this in a manner that is utterly absurd. Afrikaans, you have roughly 20% of the population of South Africa understand Afrikaans or understands Afrikaans, but the rest don't. So you're sitting with roughly 50 million people who do not understand Afrikaans. So they might as well have taken Zulu, which is the biggest language in South Africa.
Let's stay in South Africa, where two Indian-born brothers at the heart of a deep corruption scandal have been arrested in Dubai. Rajesh and Atul Gupta were detained a year after an Interpol red notice was issued for their arrest. They were key figures in a long-running state capture inquiry and have been accused of bribery and interfering with the governance of the country. Senior research specialist in democracy at the Human Science Research Council, Jolene Steyn-Coetzee, is with us. Jolene, very interesting, this arrest that has finally taken place. Give us a sense of who these brothers are.
You know, there's been quite a long history around the Gupta brothers and their political influence that they were able to yield through primarily capturing state tenders and, of course, making millions and millions from state entities, most notably, as has been documented in the Zondo Commission and the Zondo Commission's report as that work started coming to an end. So your electricity generation entity, Eskom, for example, still reaping almost the repercussions of hollowing out that state institution. Transnet is another one as well. That's also facing severe difficulty due to state capture, allegations of corruption, and essentially using the state for private gain.
And essentially, from what I understand, it was almost as if they were using the former president, Jacob Zuma, to access these state assets to do with what they will.
Yes, those allegations have come forward quite strongly in the work of the Zondo Commission, but I think also one needs to cast the eye a little bit broader. There are numerous politicians, numerous people with vast political influence that have indeed been implicated in the work of the Zondo Commission.
Yeah. So now what accusations are they going to face in South Africa, and what is the likelihood of them being extradited from the United Arab Emirates?
Well, I think, we are going to face quite a battle, and I think quite a lot of resistance, especially around, I would say, extradition, if we consider the names of the political figures that have been alleged and implicated in the work of the Zondo Commission. So I do foresee that we are going to see a period of political instability. Of course, as for the charges that they will be standing for, I think that for me will also be a wait and see to what extent the South African government is serious about implementing the recommendations made by the Zondo Commission.
And when you talk of the political fallout, are there still people in power that have been implicated?
Well, we have to remember that the ANC, as it stands, is quite a factional political party and has been for quite some time. So, of course, those who are aligned with the former...
Jolene, you just have frozen up a little there. I'll just see if we can release it by talking to you and see if that frees it up. I think she has frozen there, Jolene. We'll see if we can get her back, but we may have to leave that there. Well, the Socceroos have made their final preparations for their must-win against the United Arab Emirates on the road to the 2022 World Cup. Middle East correspondent Alison Horn is in Doha.
It's just hours until thousands of fans arrive here at Ahmad bin Ali Stadium to watch this do-or-die match between Australia and the United Arab Emirates. Now, I wouldn't say that any team is particularly a favourite going into this match. Australia statistically doesn't look that good on paper. It's only won 2 out of the last 8 games that it's played. But crucially, one of those games here last week against Jordan was a win, and that has given the team some much-needed confidence as it heads into the game here tonight, local time. Now, we have had a few changes in the team that we are expecting. We know that Trent Sainsbury and Adam Taggart are both being ruled out of tonight's match because of injury, so it means Coach Graham Arnold will be doing some reshuffling. But the team has spent the last week here doing an intensive training camp, building that team unity, strength, learning more about how each other play. And so we are expecting to see some confidence from the Australian team as they head into the match tonight. One small element that may go against them, though, is the crowd. We are expecting about 7,000 supporters of the UAE team, compared to only 500 Australians. So you can imagine that kind of crowd in this stadium is really going to be a force for the Australians to have to reckon with. But we are reliably told that those 500 Australians will be singing and chanting loud and proud to keep those hopes of the nation for a World Cup berth alive. Now, this is, as I mentioned, a do-or-die match. If Australia gets through tonight, they do have one more game they have to play to make the World Cup later this year. That will be against Peru here in Doha next week. However, if they lose, it's game over.
Let's return to Science Research Council, Jolene Steyn-Kotze, to finish off our conversation. Jolene, we were talking about whether there are people still within the ANC who hold significant power that are implicated in some of the activities of the Gupta brothers.
No, definitely. The ANC is still very much a factional political party, and I do think, there are some key lessons that we can learn from the past. Most notably when the arrest warrant for former President Jacob Zuma was issued, and of course the social unrest that followed from there. So I do think that we are in a very volatile period, a period of political instability. But again, it is going to be up to senior members within the ANC to show some political maturity to allow due process and kind of the rule of law and those processes to follow its course.
Do you think that it could have legal implications for the former President Zuma?
I think that is a very strong possibility. Again, if one picks up on some of the allegations and the narrative that have come out from the various Zondo reports, I do think that they, not just the former President Jacob Zuma, but very high-ranking political officials would maybe not rather want to face the proverbial music, so to speak.
And Jolene, you talk about those state assets. It sounds almost like the Russian oligarchs, the way they were handed assets. What sort of recovery is underway to try and, to get back some of those assets that were lost to the Gupta brothers?
Well, I think that is most probably the most difficult around this process. There are some companies that have paid back, so to speak, some of the monies lost. But of course, given the extent of state capture and given the extent of the loss, I do think that is going to be one of the more difficult issues to try and address.
Jolene, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Well, the Colombian officials say centuries-old shipwrecks complete with gold coin treasure have been discovered off the country's coast. Navy personnel conducting underwater monitoring of the long-sunken San Jose galleon say they've discovered 2 other historical shipwrecks nearby. One is believed to be a Spanish colonial-era boat, and the other is thought to be from the time of Colombia's War of Independence from Spain some 200 years ago. Authorities are now working to raise the shipwrecks and their contents from the seabed. Our top stories tonight on The World. China accuses Australia of distorting the truth over an RAAF jet interception over the South China Sea. The Reserve Bank raises interest rates by half a percentage point to 0.85% in its second hike in just 2 months. And Pacific countries agree to resolve a leadership crisis within the Pacific Islands Forum during a crucial meeting in Fiji. Well, the US Deputy Secretary of State says there would be a strong and clear response from the United States, South Korea and the world, in fact, if North Korea conducts a nuclear test. Wendy Sherman was speaking to reporters after talks with her South Korean counterpart. Her remarks come after Seoul and Washington conducted a joint air power demonstration and fired 8 surface-to-surface missiles off South Korea's east coast. That was in response to a barrage of short-range ballistic missiles launched by Pyongyang over the weekend.
Any nuclear test would be in complete violation of UN Security Council resolutions. There would be a swift and forceful response to such a test because, as the International Atomic Energy Agency itself has said, there is concern that they may conduct a nuclear test. This would be very destabilizing to the world's security.
Meantime, a North Korean defector turned activist has sent COVID aid supplies across the border from the south using balloons. Park Sang-hak and his Fighters for Free North Korea group have for now stopped sending propaganda leaflets, instead releasing 20 balloons carrying essential items. Thousands of paracetamol pills, masks and vitamin C tablets are travelling towards North Korea. The World Health Organization says it assumes that the COVID outbreak there is getting worse, not better, despite Pyongyang's claims that the spread of the virus is slowing. Australians have been warned inflation is set to get worse before it gets better. Treasurer Jim Chalmers conceding there are limits to what the government can do to help ease higher cost pressures. His political editor, Andrew Probyn.
When even more bad news is coming, do what you can to get in front of it.
It will be a difficult day for a lot of homeowners. We've inherited a full-blown cost of living crisis from our predecessors.
The new government's economic challenge becoming more difficult on multiple fronts. An energy crunch, ever higher inflation, and now a supersized rate hike.
Interest rate rises, unfortunately, have a disproportionate impact on those already doing it tough.
Making ends meet is tough in an inflationary environment, but it's even tougher with rising interest rates.
And set to get tougher again.
This inflation challenge will get harder before it gets easier.
One contributor, a shortage of cheap gas supplies in eastern states, coinciding with a cold snap and a cooling coal sector. A quarter of the coal-fired capacity is down due to maintenance, faults or fuel shortages.
It is the coal companies themselves and the operators of the power stations that need to get these power stations back online.
One or more units at Eraring, the nation's biggest power plant, as well as Bayswater and Liddell, all in New South Wales. Outages too at Loy Yang A in Victoria, plus Gladstone and Callide C in Queensland. State energy ministers to meet with their new federal counterpart tomorrow.
I think Australians understand when a lot of these economic challenges have been brewing for 9 years that they can't be fixed in 2.5 weeks.
That's Jim Chalmers' gentle way of appealing for patience, that Labor shouldn't be held responsible for the problems it's inherited. But the government will be judged soon enough on how it responds to the challenges, which are acute, on wages, inflation and the cost of living. Andrew Probyn, ABC News, Canberra.
Monkeypox cases around the world continue to rise as the Centre for Disease Control in the US says there are 2 global outbreaks of the virus happening at the same time. Health officials are warning cases could be going undetected as confirmed infections continue to rise in more than 24 countries. University College London lecturer Oksana Pizik is with us out of London. Good to see you again, Oksana. Now, this genetic sequencing out of the US is quite interesting, suggesting there are 2 outbreaks or strains at the same time. What do we understand about that?
Well, yes, and this is why genomic surveillance is so important in terms of understanding the nature of spread, but also the lineage. So until recently, it was believed that the West African strain, which is has a lower overall mortality rate, was circulating in dominance. But new information, it appears that there are these two strains mean that this could have been circulating within the population for much longer than what was previously thought. So it's a rapidly evolving situation. It is perhaps too early to draw concrete conclusions from that now, but it means that all countries need to be putting a larger effort into ensuring that people do come forward, that there is a strong public health communications campaign so that the people presenting with symptoms that, again, some of them are very similar to other diseases, so that they can get tested, and then that data can help explain what's happening with this very puzzling and atypical case of various strains of monkeypox circulating in non-endemic countries, up to 10 countries now around the world.
Yes, and the numbers seem to be growing. If there are 2 strains, would it suggest, or could it suggest that it's mutated? Could it mean something different for the way it's actually being infectious?
Well, the monkeypox virus is an orthopox virus, so it tends to be more stable than, let's say, coronaviruses, which we know mutate very quickly, and now we have very a large sublineage based off of Omicron itself. So while, of course, there's still possibility for variants to emerge, it's not necessarily due to that. It could be, again, just historically not being detected that there are other strains in circulation that could have been outside of Africa for some time. So I would say at this stage, we just don't know.
Yeah. Oksana, you know, there's been, you talked about proper information, and that's quite interesting because there's been discussion around vaccines, whether people should have vaccines. Some countries have moved to immediately vaccinate all people against monkeypox. What are your thoughts about how quickly we should be jumping down that path?
Well, certainly I think it's better to reserve vaccination for really high-risk patients, those that are at highest risk of having complications. However, it would be wise of countries to also ensure that, again, there will be a portion of the population, many who have not had any type of protection against a related virus, smallpox, because we've stamped it out. So for that reason, we do have some reserve of the smallpox vaccine, a newer form as well, but these are not widely available. So countries are going to have to try and get access to these vaccines. And that's why I don't think it would be appropriate to just vaccinate everybody, because this isn't like COVID. It's harder to transmit against people. You need quite intimate skin-to-skin contact. This isn't a virus that we have any evidence would be lingering in the air for long periods of time, or would be very easy to breathe in if you're, for instance, traveling by plane or train. So I do think we'll have to coordinate globally to ensure that vaccine supplies are available. We don't want to repeat ugly mistakes of the past with hoarding, but we could really increase demand if we start using it inappropriately. I think the WHO guidance on this is right, and it should be that it's reserved for those who have are of highest risk.
Oksana, let's talk a little about COVID for a moment. The US seems to still be recording really high infection numbers. What's behind this?
Well, I think there has been renewed travel in a way that is
uncontained, let's say.
Yeah, uncontained. Yes, exactly. So that's part of it as well. And I think that many have just moved on and aren't paying attention to the numbers, particularly with the very simple interventions like face masks. These are being used a lot less. We also know that very simple interventions that we have been talking about really for now 2.5 years, which would mean that buildings, office spaces, schools, all of these places where we have high traffic, lots of public mixing, that we should have better air filtration systems, clean air. We demand clean water, but there's been no outcry really or coordinated approach to try and reduce viral transmission that way. And it would be a benefit that goes beyond just COVID, especially with flu season, other respiratory viruses as well. We could really reduce the pressure on healthcare systems in general. I think it is the fact that, the stuff that we know works. People are not necessarily being that information is not being reported. In a lot of countries, you don't have those stats available anymore. So someone would have to be really taking a lot of personal responsibility to look at their individual risk levels. So I think it's a combination of factors that lead to the fact that we're going to see those numbers continue to climb over the summer period. A lot of people who are vulnerable will be perhaps looking at, if they haven't had their fourth booster, making sure that they get those before they go away for travel. And they may consider also, if they're going to get onto crowded airplanes and make trips abroad, that whether it's a requirement or not, that they could protect themselves by wearing a face mask.
Yeah. And, the stats that do seem to be emerging, though, are the long COVID cases, which are quite concerning.
Absolutely, and the number of people who have not caught COVID once, I mean, we're talking about people now catching it a third time around. So interestingly, we do see that here in the UK, over 2 million people have reported long COVID symptoms, including in children. And the government response here in the UK has been when parents and families have written to ministers to say how much it has affected these young lives, where it is thought to be more mild in children. But again, that's not the case for everyone. The government response was very disappointing to respond to these letters addressing that they will be issuing more mental health support. And we need to make this really clear. Long COVID is not a mental health issue. It is one that isn't necessarily permanent, but it can stretch on for many months, if not years. And we still have a lot to learn about why it affects certain people in the population so much more than others. And we will have to eventually pay that cost as a society, because it will mean that some people will not be able to return to work, and that on already pressured healthcare systems all around the world will have this additional burden of dealing with patients who have post-COVID syndrome or long COVID.
Oksana, always good to get your perspective on so many issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, a suspect reportedly linked to the murder of the Dominican Republic's Environment Minister has been taken into police custody. 55-year-old Orlando Jorge Mera, the son of a former president, was shot dead in his office on Monday. A spokesperson for the president's office says a suspect identified as Miguel Cruz, a childhood friend of the minister, has been arrested. It is not known what the motive of the attack was. Fiji's Supreme Court has ruled that a Russian-owned super yacht must be removed from its waters, leaving the 348-foot Amadea berthed in Lautoka Harbour has been costing the Fijian government dearly. It's now been handed over to American embassy officials. The US Justice Department has been seizing luxury assets of Russian oligarchs in a bid to pressure Vladimir Putin over the war in Ukraine. Washington did say it would pay to maintain the vessel after it was seized, but Fiji has so far been footing the bill while an appeal by the owner works its way through the courts. Australian authorities are vowing to go after the Italian mafia, who they say are pulling the strings of local underworld gangs. Police believe thousands of mafia members are trafficking illegal drugs and laundering the profits through well-established businesses. And as Mark Reddy reports, some of them are hiding out in regional Australian communities.
It's a region known for its dramatic coastline and rugged mountains. But Calabria in southern Italy is also home to a mafia powerhouse, namely the 'Ndrangheta. And federal police now believe they're fueling the drug trade down under.
They are pulling the strings of Australian outlaw motorcycle gangs who are behind some of the most significant violence in our communities.
And the violence has been deadly. Tit-for-tat shootings that have most recently wreaked havoc in our suburbs.
Police search warrant!
And while police raids are attacking the problem locally, intelligence has revealed a strong influence from overseas.
They are responsible for 70 to 80% of the world's cocaine, and they are flooding Australia with illicit drugs.
Detectives are investigating 51 Italian organised crime groups in Australia. 17 of them are based in New South Wales, 14 of which are hiding out in the regions. Another 14 are in Victoria, a further 9 operate out of South Australia, the remaining ones are in Queensland, Western Australia and the ACT. Up to 5,000 individuals are on watch. The revelation thanks to information seized from a secret app that was planted in the mobile phones of organised criminals as part of an undercover sting involving the AFP and the FBI. As well as smuggling tons of illegal drugs into Australia, Italian mafia members are also accused of washing their profits through the economy. Police say millions of dollars a day are being laundered through legitimate businesses in the construction, catering and agricultural industries.
If we don't cut off the head and tail of organised crime, we face living in a very different Australia.
And authorities admit this next phase of Operation Ironside will be long and challenging. Mark Reddy, ABC News, Sydney.
Billionaire Elon Musk is continuing to threaten to walk away from his $60 billion bid to buy Twitter. In a letter to the company, Mr Musk's lawyers say he has repeatedly asked for information on how many users are spam bots or fake accounts. Twitter insists it's continuing to share information with Mr Musk and intends to close the deal as agreed. Diners have returned to restaurants in Beijing for the first time in more than a month after authorities eased COVID restrictions there. Customers started queuing up at dusk outside several restaurants and are required to scan in and show test results for entry. The city's outbreak infected around 1,800 people over 6 weeks in the city of 22 million. International students are being pushed to the brink as living costs soar around the country. The financial strain has become so severe, some are being forced to rely on food vouchers and charity just to survive.
It's an endless list of expenses that just keep rising for Tasnim Upama. Rent, power, petrol, and baby needs, all topped off with university fees.
The cost is getting worse and worse, but our income is not getting higher.
To make ends meet, her husband works 2 jobs, part-time at a supermarket and for a ride-sharing app at night.
Most of the income is depend on my Uber. So because of the increase of the petrol price, my income is like stuck in a position.
Tasnim is studying a Master of Professional Accounting and is one of nearly 2,000 international students in the Northern Territory, where the cost of living has surged at a higher rate than the national average.
Altogether, it's very stressful for us at the moment.
The cost of living in the Northern Territory has increased significantly for key services and living costs, including housing, transport and fuel.
It's particularly difficult for students because they're working, highly casualised, insecure work at minimum wage, while simultaneously having to deal with crappy jobs, crappy landlords, and trying to balance that with a degree.
With an added financial burden, international students are some of the hardest hit.
It's very stressful, and I have seen people breaking down on uni.
International students in the Territory are buckling under the costs of living, with some having to rely on food vouchers and other social services. A new federal government has taken over, one they had no hand in picking, but they hope things will change for the better. Nibir Khan, ABC News.
A one-of-a-kind trading card described as the holy grail of sports memorabilia is expected to break records at auction this week. The card features LeBron James with patches from each team that he has played for. It's expected to go for more than $8.3 million. It was discovered after a year-long hunt among collectors during a live social media event, with auctioneers likening it to finding Willy Wonka's golden ticket.
Oh my God, no. Ah!
Oh my God! When the card emerged, honestly, I was in disbelief. I was frozen. I was overcome with joy, and it was the thrill of a lifetime.
It's been a dramatic day in the NRL with underperforming clubs West Tigers and the New Zealand Warriors sacking their head coaches. Michael Maguire coached the Tigers for 3.5 seasons. His last game was a 26-point loss to Souths. And former New South Wales halfback Brett Kimmorley will take over for the rest of the season. Under Maguire, the Tigers have failed to make the finals and have had only 3 wins this season.
We're a results-driven business, let's face it. We're a professional sport. So we all know, I've been there myself. It's not always fair, but at the end of the day, it is the reality of professional sport.
The Warriors have parted ways with Nathan Brown, and club great Stacey Jones will be the interim coach. Well, the stage is set. The final training sessions are done. All that now is standing between the Maroons and a Game 1 victory is 80 minutes of football. And, of course, a brilliant Blues side in Sydney. Now, while the nerves might be biting for some, one Queensland debutant will have the support of a whole town behind him.
Jack O'Chin Oval, the home of the Cherbourg Hornets. A place where dreams are born for young footballers, much like Selwyn Cobbo's was 15 years ago.
Just one of those kids that always had a football in his hand.
From the tiny Aboriginal community of 1,300 people to the Origin Arena tomorrow night.
It's a proud dad moment, eh? It's a proud dad moment, yeah. Like
proud mum.
Can't really put into words, eh?
I always knew that he was going to make it, but not this quick.
We were there amongst all the New South Welesmen.
Cobbo has played just 19 NRL games and only turned 20 on Sunday, but the softly spoken gentle giant's never forgotten his roots.
They, look up to me, and, I just got to, show what a good role model would do.
He goes home now and all the young kids are yelling out his name, that's Selwyn Cobbo. So that makes you feel really good because, they love their rugby league out there.
A lot of people have been asking me if they could send them autographs to their places and all that.
Too bad his debut game is south of the border.
How much of Cherbourg do you expect to go down to Sydney for your first game in Queensland?
I'm not sure, not sure how many, but if I play game 3 here, but probably the whole town, yeah.
Instead, the Blues will have the crowd on their side tomorrow night for the first time since Game 2 2020.
They tell me they're confident. That's the main thing.
Both sides held their final run on Olympic Stadium this afternoon. Neither team is expecting changes.
This game means so much to so many people, and we're not lost to that. So it'll be a big occasion, and looking forward to it.
Just ask the kids in Cherbourg. Jessica Stewart, ABC News.
In the AFL, Melbourne has banned key defender Stephen May for his role in an alcohol-fuelled fight with a teammate. The club says May and midfielder Jake Melksham got into a scuffle after dinner and drinks with teammates at a Melbourne restaurant on Sunday. May has been sidelined since suffering a concussion in round 11 and as a result was banned from drinking alcohol. The ban means he won't be able to return for the Queen's birthday clash with Collingwood. But in a video released by the club, May says there is no hard feelings between the two players.
We're really good mates. We have a lot of love for each other. Sometimes guys can get a little bit competitive with the banter and go a little bit overboard, and we certainly made an error of judgment in that time.
Melbourne says both players will also do community service with one of the club's partner organisations. A US musician has cut through the excitement at a Major League Baseball game, performing the pre-game national anthem on a rather unusual instrument. Caroline McCaskey played the Star-Spangled Banner before the Oakland Athletics game on a saw. This is what it sounded like. Is our equally talented weather presenter, Paul Higgins.
Well, in the west, a low and this associated pressure trough are set to bring some wet weather to western parts from tomorrow. More embedded troughs will move up over the southeast, so more showers and alpine snow, with that chilly southerly flow continuing between the deep low in the Tasman and that high that's barely moving. The cold air has made it to Queensland and the Northern Territory now. Tomorrow there'll be showers in northern Queensland north of Ingham, partly cloudy in the southwest, sunny elsewhere though, including Brisbane. Mostly sunny across New South Wales. That's apart from showers about the central and southern ranges. Snow down to 800 metres in the south. Windy, dry and 15 in Sydney, and Canberra partly cloudy. Just a shower or two over Victoria's northern plains, but scattered showers on and south of the ranges, including Melbourne, and snow getting down to 800 metres at first. In Tasmania, that snow will get down to 300 metres tonight. Showers in the west, south and central areas and the Bass Strait Islands. In Hobart, a few early showers. Showers for South Australia's southern agricultural area and near the western coasts. In Adelaide, a shower or two. In the west, showers west of a line from Onslow to Newman to Bremer Bay and along the Eucla coast. Possible thunderstorms in the north. Those showers will move into Perth in the afternoon. Less humid across the southern part of the top end in the Territory and over the northern Gregory and northern Carpentaria districts. A sunny day in Darwin.
Our top stories tonight. Beijing has accused Australia of distorting the truth over an RAAF jet interception over the South China Sea. The Reserve Bank raises interest rates by 0.5 percentage point to 0.85 as it tries to curb soaring inflation. And Socceroos coach Graham Arnold is confident his team can defeat the United Arab Emirates in Qatar to keep its World Cup qualification hopes alive. And that is your world for tonight and the world for me for quite a few weeks. I'm going to be one of those uncontained travellers grappling with international travel, and Yvonne Young will be looking after you for the next month or so. Look forward to your company when I get back. Bye for now.
Tomorrow on News Breakfast, as mortgage rates rise, how can you save on your monthly repayments? We'll share some helpful tips.
Plus, we take a deep dive on World Oceans Day for a look at what's lurking below the surface.
Look, it's a flashy gimmick to market the new season of Growin'.
This is genius. Great advertising.
Featuring your favourite advertising experts.
Collect us all.
Fully customisable to fit your personality. And they'll sing your favourite advertising jingles.
No, we won't. But we will deconstruct the way that brands are trying to sell to you.
It's the new and improved Growin'.
It's the same show as ever. Now let me out of here.
Growin', available tomorrow at the new time of 8 p.m. Free delivery via ABC TV and ABC iView. Battery sold separately.
Every Thursday on Q&A, your questions get the nation talking.
What is in this constitution and how will it benefit us?
It'll be my job to bring people together.
I do really believe there is a deep reservoir of goodwill, and I think that transcends left or right.
Coming up, Virginia Trioli looks at the future of the art sector with Tony Burke, Darren Hayes, Adam Liao and Katie Noonan, who will also perform live.
Q&A, Thursday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Some people search for it, others hide from it, from household names to people who have found themselves in the spotlight. Join me, Courtney Act, on 1+1 as I speak to well-known Australians about what fame means to them.
1+1 with Courtney Act, Thursday 9:35 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
After the last 2 years, we could all do with a bit of a boost. And a COVID-19 booster, it boosts more than just your immunity.
It's a boost to my bottom line.
A boost to my confidence.
Boost to my fitness.
A boost to our social life.
A boost to my happiness.
Give yourself a boost and keep up to date with your vaccinations by visiting australia.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Journey to another world as ABC Classic brings you the Classic 100 music for the screen. From Game of Thrones to The Crown, from Mario Brothers to Final Fantasy, from Jaws to Star Wars. Celebrate your favourite music from film, television and gaming with Australia's biggest weekend of classical music, the Classic 100 Music for the Screen. This weekend on ABC Classic and ABC Listen.
Experience an astounding winter wonderland.
Is there a place more beautiful, more wild than the realm of the Southern Oceans?
Join hosts Hamish McDonald and Dr. Anne Jones for an extraordinary live television event.
Looks like you're in for some trouble.
Be there as the miraculous plays out.
My heart is going so fast right now.
Southern Ocean Live, Tuesday, June 21 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Come on a trip down memory lane.
You right to go?
Looking forward to it.
With 6 iconic Australians.
Very nice to be with you, David.
Thank you very much for having me.
I'm ready to get the inside story.
We're going to start with something that we're not 100% sure about. Right.
Of some memorable moments.
Look at that.
I remember that. How did you think your future would play out?
Welcome to the first Norman Gunston show.
You touch my heart. The ABC of starts June 28 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is an historic day.
Prime Minister told Parliament that
Hello, Yvonne Yong with the top stories on ABC News. The Reserve Bank has announced it'll raise interest rates by 0.5 percentage point. While Australians were told to brace for a higher cash rate, the RBA's second hike in 2 months has come as a shock. It's gone from 0.35% to 0.85% in an attempt to curb soaring inflation. It comes as the Treasurer concedes there are limits to what the government can do to help ease higher cost pressures. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has wrapped up his first bilateral visit to Indonesia. Over the last 2 days, he's promoted trade links, greater climate ambitions and strategic cooperation in a pitch that was warmly welcomed by Australia's largest neighbour. Britain's Prime Minister has survived a vote of confidence in his leadership, but his days could still be numbered. Boris Johnson has called it a decisive win, but Rebel MPs say he's lost his authority. And Socceroos coach Graham Arnold is confident his team can defeat the United Arab Emirates in Qatar tomorrow morning to keep its World Cup qualification hopes alive. If Australia beats the UAE in this sudden death game, they'll face Peru for a spot in the tournament. Those are the latest stories. I'm Yvonne Yong.
Hello and welcome to The Drum. I'm Catherine Robinson. Coming up, the Reserve Bank hands down its biggest rate hike in 22 years, adding 0.5% to the official cash rate. Down but not out. Boris Johnson survives a no-confidence motion despite growing discontent among his own MPs. And we look at the link between online gaming and the far right. Joining me on the panel, Managing Director of Crescent Wealth and Professorial Fellow at the ANU, Talal Yassin. Great to see you, Talal.
Hi, Catherine.
President of People with Disability Australia, Samantha Connor. Great to see you, Samantha.
Hi.
In Melbourne, lead economist at Impact Economics and Policy and former senior Labor staffer Angela Jackson. A lot to talk about with you today, Angela.
There is a lot to talk about, Kath.
And also in Melbourne, senior lecturer in the School of Computing and Information Systems at the University of Melbourne, Sulette Dreyfus. Always great to have you on the show, Sulette.
Good to be here, thank you.
And you can join us on Twitter using the hashtag #TheDrum, and we're on Facebook. Well, the Reserve Bank has increased interest rates by 0.5%, taking the cash rate target to 0.85%, well ahead of most economists' expectations. It's the biggest rate hike in 22 years, with the RBA seeking to quash inflation before it gets out of control. But that comes at a significant cost.
For an average mortgage of $330,000 remaining, it's about $87 a month that Australian homeowners will have to find. For an average new mortgage, it's almost twice that, at about $157 a month. So this will be very difficult news for all of those Australians who are already facing the skyrocketing costs of living in this country.
Well, unsurprisingly, markets responded promptly. The Australian share market dropped more than 1.5% following the decision, having already slid around 1% ahead of the announcement. It went on to recover some of this ground. But the pain is far from over, with the RBA expecting inflation to continue to grow until next year. Angela, just how monumental is this move? Does it represent a fairly significant shift in monetary policy?
Oh, yeah, it clearly does, Kath. It is a monumental move. The first time in 22 years we've seen a rate rise of this significance. And it, I think, really points to the Reserve Bank taking seriously this inflation issue. We've all experienced the cost of living across Australia, and there was that hope that it was transitory. And that's what everybody and central banks around the world had been talking about. But there, I think, has become a realisation that the transitory nature of it simply hasn't come to fruition. And in fact, inflation is here, and it needs to be tackled through monetary policy. So in many ways, though, for Australia, the good news is that our bank is moving a lot earlier than other banks have moved internationally, maybe not in a time sense, but in a sense of those inflationary pressures coming through our economy. But what we're expecting, I guess, in the months ahead is both further increases in interest rates, which is obviously going to hurt households, but also higher inflation, which I think is probably the thing that is most concerning households at the moment. The reality is, for most of us, even those of us with mortgages, we're actually well ahead of our repayments. So this interest rate increase isn't going to hurt us that much, but that inflation is really biting.
Well, in the third paragraph of the statement policy by Philip Lowe, inflation there was stated as expected to increase further, but then decline back to that 2 to 3% range. Two questions on this. Was the 50 points justified then, given the inflation story, and how far do you think inflation will get in what sort of time period?
So I think the thing about the 50 basis points really today, it was always going to go there. We're in a period now where we're going to be normalising interest rates, remembering that they were at historically record lows due to the pandemic. So we were always in this upward phase. The question was how fast. I think what the Reserve Bank really today was, it's a message, I think, to households and to the economy that we are going to take inflation seriously. So what they're really trying to manage, I think, is also expectations, that the Reserve Bank is going to take inflation seriously. They're not going to let inflation get out of control, because once expectations around inflation take hold, it can almost feed itself. So that's what they're really trying to control today. Is it justified? I would have probably preferred to see a little bit more steady as she goes. I think the concern here and the balancing act, I guess, that the Reserve Bank has is between spooking the horses, if you like, and that steady ship. That said, when it comes down to it, whether they moved this month or next month, you know, for households, it's probably not going to make that big a difference. And I think it is good that we're seeing the Reserve Bank be proactive.
It's not just households, though, it's businesses as well, isn't it, Talal? And it's that balancing act that Angela was there speaking about. Do these sorts of moves, and now what the market's pricing in for future moves, risk stalling the economy?
I don't think it's... thank you very much, Catherine. I don't think it's about stalling, and I agree with my colleague Angela. I think there's a message, and the Reserve Bank's obviously independent body, with its main thesis is to protect Australia and manage the turns. There was a bit of a jolt here, for those who watch the Marvel movie, you know, Top Gun. Not sure it's a great reference, most people wouldn't have watched it, but to go too fast is not great, and to go too slow is not great. But they missed the turn, and I think they probably should have increased a bit earlier in a more stable way than sending the 50 basis points message. I think from a business perspective, and most Australian businesses are small businesses, this will really hurt because it's about behaviour, not about the numbers. It's about what you can expect into the future. And when consumers start, the signal that's being sent is when consumers start spending less, businesses start cutting back, and that's that vicious circle. I would, as Angela was saying, I would have preferred a steady as she goes. We're in control here, and we will manage inflation, but we'll bring it down in a controlled manner. I don't sense panic at all, but I do sense that they missed the turn. You know, when you miss the first right turn and you reroute, but you get the next. That's kind of what happened to me, it seems. But we should have got the first one.
Soulette, if this is all about rates really getting back to normal levels, we have had historically low rates throughout the pandemic, if not before, and if this is just a normalising of that, is it still a bitter pill to swallow?
I think so. I mean, I think for people, you know, on limited incomes, it may be, especially if you're paying off a mortgage or whatnot. What will make a difference, I think, is if we actually have some government policies that do things like provide more affordable housing for people. And that's based on the fact that you have a community where you don't want to lose your nurse, your fireman, you know, your aged care worker from that community because they're vital service, and yet they get pushed out, you know, because obviously housing prices have gotten higher and higher. Well, now, you know, if the mortgage is going to go up, how can you actually address that? So if you can actually make sure, in a sense, that level or group in society gets some protection and soft landing, I think that would make a big difference.
Angela, it's interesting because it's not just about mortgagees trying to service their debt. We've got the government trying to service its $1 trillion debt. Jim Chalmers spoke of that today. How hard does that make the Labor government's job now to handle that inherited debt of $1 trillion?
Oh, look, there's no doubt that I think the new Labor government has inherited, you know, a lot of very difficult economic circumstances, and it is going to have to be very careful and steady in how it navigates through this period, and responsive to the needs of the economy. Tackling inflation is a very difficult thing in terms of economics, and doing it in a way that doesn't stifle economic growth, that does keep people confident and spending, is extremely difficult, and it requires a really steady hand. So yes, it will make the job in terms of paying back that debt potentially more difficult, but the real thing that obviously will make it incredibly difficult is a recession, and that is the thing I think the government needs to be focused on. So there's nothing that needs to happen here that's too extreme. It is really a steadying of the ship, if you like. These high inflationary periods as well, I think it's worth noting, are quite, you know, something to be expected after something like the pandemic, where we've seen supply shortages internationally and a real change in what people are demanding and how much people are demanding. And so the system almost needs to sort itself through that process. So, but when we say transitory, I guess what we're talking about isn't 6 months, it's probably 2 to 3 years. And it's how we manage the economy during that period, being cognizant of keeping, you know, a lid on that inflationary pressure while not stifling economic growth, because ultimately that obviously will lead to higher unemployment and really impact people's day-to-day lives.
Sam, confidence is key to so much here with the economy. How do you think Australian consumers are going to feel about this?
Oh, gosh. Probably fairly terrified, I think. You know, people have been doing it hard. My community, the disability community, we've got extraordinary expenses because of the pandemic. A lot of people have had to pay out of pocket for PPE and for, you know, essential things to keep them safe from COVID. And like other families, I've got a couple of kids who have been booted out of the house that they were renting because the landlord wanted to make another $150. So, you know, so I think overall, people are finding it really hard to, you know, just even fill up the tank in your car, right?
Angela, do you think there'll be cost of living measures in response to the economic environment that we'll see from the Labor government in October when they hand down the budget, in addition to what is already being offered?
Look, I expect so. I think, and, you know, likewise in the budget that we've just seen, where they're, you know, hopefully very well targeted, it'd be good to see things that weren't necessarily one-off payments. We want payments that are supporting people, and particularly those on low incomes that are really struggling at the moment and on fixed incomes, but in a way that doesn't necessarily overly add to those inflationary pressures. And I think that's what I talk about when it's about balance. So this is not a shock like the GFC, where you really want to inject huge amounts of cash all at once, but you do want to support people who are going to be going through a really difficult time as we tackle inflation and we face these higher prices. So it is that sort of a more steady as she goes type approach to economic management. We do need active involvement of government, though. Government clearly has, a critical role to play during this period in supporting families and households, because a lot of people are doing it really tough. And today we're thinking about mortgage holders, of course, but renters are facing increases, particularly in regional areas throughout the pandemic, where their cost of living and their housing costs have been going up significantly. So in some ways, us mortgage holders have actually had it pretty good during this period with record low interest rates.
What about the investors, Talal? Because that's another side of the story, isn't it? There's that inverse correlation between rates up, equities down. We're seeing asset prices come off in property, in stocks. If you put all your money in cash, it'll get you 1%, but inflation's 5%, so you're earning negative 4%. Right. So is the name of the game now how to lose the least?
Unfortunately, I've got to say, Catherine, it is. And I don't like that comparison, never did. I wasn't an investor all my life. But it is the name of the game. That is downside mitigation. And if rates are 100 basis points or 1%, inflation is 5, you're going backwards 4. But now it looks like it may even increase. However, there is some positive news in this, and that is for older people who live off term deposits, and people, superannuation who've got a pension, and people who live off the return from low risk fixed interest, and the like. I guess I must say there's a lot of talk about, on the other side of it, going back to the other side of it, cost of living. And as the sole representative tonight of all business and investment, it seems, and that's one thing. But my concern is that, like the pandemic, we're not in this together. We're in the same storm, but we're in different boats. So our disability family is in a very different boat to the mortgage holder who lives in suburbs I live in.
Although we've got an NDIS that could be working a lot better. So I mean, if that was working well,
government.
Yeah, that's right.
But there's many groups that are in different boats in the same storm. Now, hopefully, and I'm talking about tax cuts coming up that were promised, and that will be delivered. I know will be delivered by the Labor government because they were promised. But we've got to start thinking about these things, So when we say cost of living and affordable housing, they've almost become code words. And I actually don't like those words because they almost cover up a lot. Cost of living basically means you can't afford your life. It means you can't afford bread and milk and to fill the car. And I hear it all the time, but it's become so codified that people don't understand it. And
But people kind of understand it right now with the energy issues that are going on. And the inflation issues.
But we've been referring to it in that way for so long that now it's hitting home. And my view is government should be not only actively involved, and Jim Chalmers, the new Treasurer, from everything I read and see, will be, but leading the charge with a steady hand, balanced, but balancing up the equations a bit in positively towards those who need it most. And I think that's really important. It's not a political statement, it's much more of an economic statement. We are in new territory now. And as the cost of living increases, inflation gets to 4, 5, 6, 7%, hopefully it doesn't get to 7%, people will really feel it because there's a vicious cycle and a virtuous cycle. We're out of the virtuous cycle now where, interest rates go down, house prices go up, you borrow more, you spend more, everybody's happy, inflation was steady. Now it's a vicious cycle, so we'll double down if we're not careful.
A confluence of a whole range of factors that are creating huge pressures across the board.
And we've got to then look after those groups and those people in who are much more vulnerable, and we do have a little bit of a have and have not in our society these days, and that's got to be focused.
Okay. Well, COVID has created the space for kids to spend more time on their PlayStations, Xboxes and PCs. And there are some positive things that can come from that, such as mental wellbeing, education and socialisation. But there is a darker side that parents are being urged to keep a closer eye on. Our panellist, Sam Connor, found herself shocked when her son revealed that he'd fallen down a far-right rabbit hole through his Nintendo and shared this experience online. We'll hear more from her soon, but first, Stephanie Bolci has this look into the link between right-wing extremism and gaming.
gaming can be a way to connect, relax and let off steam. In fact, nearly 9 million Aussie households play, and more than half of those have 2 or more consoles to access. The majority of parents, according to that same poll, set rules around when and how kids can play.
Gaming provides a space, a social space, where people can connect. And they're virtual relationships with people they may not ever have met in a face-to-face environment. They feel just as real and just as authentic.
But not all connections can be positive ones. The Extremism and Gaming Research Network found platforms such as Discord, a social gaming platform, Twitch, where you can get paid to live stream your game, as well as the online video game Fortnite, are exploited by extremist content and recruiters.
Breaking news out of Buffalo, New York. A mass shooting at a Tops grocery store.
Last month, the shooter who killed 10 people in Buffalo, New York, is said to have posted hate-filled comments on Discord and 4chan before streaming the massacre on Twitch.
He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming.
That, thankfully, was quickly shut down within 2 minutes by the platform. In a statement, Twitch said that they remove bad actors.
We take an aggressive, proactive approach to keeping extremism and other severe harms off our service. As a result, we're fortunate that extremism is very rare in our community.
The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation says children as young as 13 are increasingly becoming radicalised online.
As a nation, we need to reflect on why some of our teenagers are hanging Nazi flags and portraits of the Christchurch killer on their bedroom walls, and why others are sharing beheading videos.
With games often connected via the web, far-right researcher Deborah Smith says COVID has created the perfect environment for extremists.
Normal stuff that 12 to 15-year-olds do around developing their identity, but it's taking place within a very often abnormal environment where extremism is seen as normal. And this can really create a very skewed perception of the world for a young person.
And parents are then confronted with a far more complex web to untangle.
They might be thinking more in terms of, but it's funny and you just don't get it, and these memes are hilarious, or, these are my friends. And it's more than just the doctrine. It's about who they are as a person. It's about their sense of belonging.
But it's good for parents to know they can get some control, including around messages, time limits, and which games can be played.
They're ready for a trouncing.
So it's probably best to get familiar yourself with what your kids are playing and how.
Sam, if we can start with you, can you just tell us a little bit about your experience, of your son's experience online?
Sure. So, lived in the country. And this was the youngest of 6 kids, so by this time I was very overparenting, I have to tell you. And our family was very much he who dies with the most toys wins. So, there's many children who are now grown up and working in IT. But when you're in the country and you don't drive, I think there's some preconditions that make people more susceptible to this. So, there's social isolation. My son's autistic, and therefore very good at collecting material and navigating the internet, that kind of thing. But then also perhaps more susceptible to being groomed, by right-wing people. And the first indication that I had of any of this, being an issue was that he came out and made a racist comment about refugees, and we're that family where, that just doesn't happen. And I was horrified. I said, "What?" And he said, "Oh no, it's just the Muslims." But he had a girlfriend who was Indonesia and who came from a Muslim family. So there was this real cognitive dissonance, and he'd been groomed on CSGO by a white supremacist who...
If I can just get you to backtrack 1 second. Sure. CSGO is a game that's played on Nintendo. Is this he was given a Nintendo to play on? Is that how it worked?
He first connected to the internet using the handheld device, a Nintendo, which I wasn't aware could connect to the internet, right, because I'm a little bit old. And if you're working as well, both parents working and really having time to sit down with the kid.
And so was his experience, he was connecting with others online, and they were suggesting ideas that were harmful? He
actually had a book list given to him of a Nazi book list, which was quite, concerning. And this is stuff that I've talked to him about since. There's a real I think there's ways that predators know. You know, they're lonely, young, usually white, young male, disenfranchised kids who can't get girlfriends, who are isolated at home. Bingo, you know. And there's very much, as you were saying, like there's an identity space, you know, that place on the right. So the other thing was starting with, you know, watching Jordan B. Peterson, moving on to Joe Rogan, moving on to Candace Owen, and then going all the way down that, you know. Yeah, so
Sulette, is that, I mean, can you draw the connection here from the tech side of things, where you might be a kid playing a game, but then you start to be exposed to things that are quite innocuous? You might be playing with strangers who are fun and everything's above board and within your value system, and then all of a sudden you're down this far-right rabbit hole. Can you connect the dots there on how you start doing one thing and end up doing another?
Well, I mean, first of all, the very extreme right-wing groups have for a long time used gaming as a method to communicate their message, their narrative, to make the message more palatable, to engage people. That in itself is nothing new. The fact that they might use online gaming sites, again, is nothing new. The difference is really that when kids are isolated and they go to online gaming sites to socialize, and that's potentially quite a good thing, especially if they find it hard to find a peer group that's like-minded or whatever. And in fact, Discord actually has a motto. It says, create an invite-only place where you belong, right? So it's that sense of, okay, but the idea is that you don't know who you're talking to. It's often anonymous. It's a figure in space. You've created your identity online, your name, the attributes that you have, the artifacts you carry. And that means that it's a little bit more difficult to judge than when you bring your new friend home and you're a 14-year-old boy and he turns out to be 18 and has tattoos of swastikas up and down his arm. Mom and dad might notice, which is not something they're able to do in an online environment. Also, a lot of the games are password protected because people spend months getting their levels and they don't want to be hacked by some other player. So that can also make it difficult for mom and dad. But I think the key thing here, it's important not to blame either online socialization or the games. Games serve a fantastic purpose. They foster learning. They activate a reward system. The adult brain doesn't want to learn anything new because learning entails costly brain tissue restructuring, but games facilitate learning and foster this neuroplasticity, and that's great, right? But what can you do, about that? Well, the first thing is you've got to have grassroots strategies to educate people, and that's functions, events, and all of that needs to be supported. The second thing you've got to do is to insist on companies, whether it's online social platforms, games, whatever, to design algorithms for depolarization. So we've seen that you've had polarization because the brain is like, I want more of this, I want more of this. And so the algorithm says, great, we'll give you more of it and more extreme of it.
But how likely, if I can interrupt you there, how likely is it that you're going to get these platforms to depolarize on the algorithms? Because algorithms are key to everything in life at the moment with your choices. So, what sort of role are these algorithms, say, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Insta? How does that all feed into it? And can we really expect them to rail against that?
Look, I think there has been this, ever since Cambridge Analytica and the revelations, people have finally learned that if they're not paying for the product, they are the product. And so with that revelation by the general population, not just, academic researchers in ivory towers, is a kind of a pressure and insistence that things start to change. Facebook has felt it. I think the other big tech companies have felt it. The games have been feeling it and probably will feel more of it. And that is a good thing. They don't have to have a business model, where you basically continue to polarize. You can, and particularly for a youth market, you can depolarize. You can also do things like, have alerts when you've got Nazi memorabilia or other things being brought to the fore in conversations to try and stop that. But the other thing that you've got to do in society, which is a responsibility of all of us, is you actually have to have a conducive environment for grievances. People have to be able to take their grievances and get some sense of justice. Because if you don't, you will have these alienated people who go out and buy guns and do terrible things.
Yeah, and to your point before, you know, we mentioned Discord. On their mainframe, on their website, there's a safety tab, and it's imagine a place where you can belong to a school club, a gaming group, or a worldwide art community. Similar deal with the Roblox website. There's a parent tab right there, and its mission is to bring the world together. Talil, the AFP is aware of instances where individuals have used online gaming services to communicate with other like-minded persons to discuss material of an extremist nature. I mean, what are the dangerous or potentially new dangerous pathways that are out there for potential radicalisation that parents and gamers, teenagers, young adults need to know about?
Well, as an expert in this area, of course, not. I guess I can only apply my common sense filter to that. I have children who are 20, 18, 14 and 5.
I'm sorry.
They
Busy household.
They all play Fortnite.
Yeah.
Now and again. And I think it goes back to what my colleague was saying, Celeste, that don't blame the platform and don't blame the game. Because, for example, I'm on Discord with my daughter's scouting group. They're only on Discord. It is a wonderful, wonderful platform that is amazing. Don't blame Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson. I'm not great fans of them, but there needs to be a place where you can say uncool things, not radical right-wing things. That's the next step. But they're blamed for the next step of radicalisation. It's because of them that we have a backstop, they have a venting mechanism.
I don't think it's so much them. I think it's the short clips like Jordan B. Peterson destroys feminist, many exclamation marks. And there's that kind of people on the left are very good at telling people what not to do, and people on the right actually say make your bed. And I think there's actually for young disenfranchised young men.
Well, that's polarisation, right?
It is, yes. There's actually a real people want self-help right now.
But it's not a defence. I'm not defending Jordan Peterson or Rogan or anything they actually say.
So there's a space for them to fill.
But there's definitely an important space for them to fill, because white young males who don't have any sense of grievance or whichever group you are disenfranchised from, if you just get heard and then there's a 3-hour podcast conversation, I don't know how 3 hours to listen to Joe Rogan about anything, but clearly there is, right? But there is a space and it is used inappropriately. But my point is, if you're a radical right-winger, if you're a radical Islamic preacher, if you're a radical anything, you'll
right, left,
wherever you're from, you'll use these platforms. And it's important not to mistake that. And for me, I think the most important thing is involvement and engagement.
Being involved in your family's life. So on that point, if I may, Talal, with Sam, on that point, with your son, when you started noticing anti-Semitic tones, racial comments, how did you talk him round? Where did you...
I felt like I was deprogramming, actually. So lived in the country and we had to drive an hour and a half to get anywhere. And we would just yell at each other in the car for an hour and a half. So it would be, the shouty feminist kind of versus this young kind
shouty
of
male.
budding white supremacist. Gosh, no, he wasn't a white supremacist. But, he had some very firm ideas, which I'd never heard before from anybody in our family. And there were some cute ideas. There were some ideas about women belonging in the kitchen and those sorts of ideas, so that went down well. But yeah, it was interesting that I said, look, I don't care if you access this content. You can read Mein Kampf if you want to. It's fine, as long as you're accessing other content and you know about, being a discerning consumer, and you know what you're reading, and you have some balance as well. So he's now enrolled for uni and is doing really well. But oh gosh,
but it was scary at the time.
Big couple of years.
Well, you didn't quote the girlfriend, like Indonesian, Muslim, like those two don't go together. Like
it just didn't have this complete
disconnect
and,
between it.
And I think also the tendency, for us as autistic people to be very, I agree that our whole community. I've got a kid who's a dungeon master. We do have online communities, but I think there's a tendency also for us to be really obsessive and hyper-focused as well. And so in Japan, they actually have a diagnosis for young people who spend too long in their bedroom. It's hikikomori, And so they actually have programs to make sure to get people out of their bedrooms.
Wow.
Yeah.
Catherine, if I can just say
We do need to move on.
Move on?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
well,
Yeah, but there's a long one. We'll
Okay,
get you back
keep
next
going.
time when we continue on
For
with
an hour.
Yes, Bilal. Well, it's been a bruising 24 hours for the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson after facing down a confidence vote in his own party room. While the Prime Minister won the backing of a majority of his fellow Tory MPs, his leadership remains under a cloud, with more than 40% of his colleagues voting against him. Discontent among his colleagues has grown since it emerged that parties were held at the Prime Minister's residence during COVID lockdowns. But striking an upbeat tone after the vote, Mr Johnson said it was a convincing result.
So, well, I think this is a very good result for politics and for the country. I do. Just in this sense, I think it's a convincing result, a decisive result, and what it means is that as a government we can move on and focus on the stuff that I think really matters to people.
But in a sign that dissatisfaction with the Prime Minister is growing, this was the rather frosty reception he received when arriving for a service to mark the Queen's Platinum Jubilee.
The Prime Minister just arriving with his wife.
It's quite booing in the crowd there.
Well, and you can hear it. There is really quite a lot of booing, actually.
Wow.
A substantial amount.
Didn't see that coming. It's quite a moment.
And so, although his standing may be weakened, party rules mean Boris Johnson is immune from a leadership challenge for at least a year. For more on this, we're joined in London by author and writer Nell Frizzell. Hi, Nell. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good morning. Lovely to be with you.
So Boris has survived. Should we see this as a get-out-of-jail-free card for now?
Unfortunately, we never got him to jail, despite the fact that he broke the law and then lied about it. He hasn't got there yet. I mean, he's called it a convincing result. I'd say a convincing result that he is disliked by 41% of his party who voted to get him out. That's just within his own parliamentary party. I think it was 148 MPs versus 211, which, you know, if I was at a party and 40% of the people there wanted me to leave, I'd probably get my way out pretty sharpish. I mean, the man, is the never-ending Tory. He just, you know, he seems to be sort of Teflon Prime Minister. Whatever happens to him, whether it's sort of scandals in his private life, political upset, the turning of his colleagues against him, interventions by the police, none of it seems to puncture that unbelievable white male self-belief that keeps him thinking that he is the right man for the job. He is evidently not the right man for the job. His own party, his own cronies are sort of pointing out that he is an untrustworthy, unconvincing, undedicated man. And, you know, he says he wants to now concentrate on the stuff that really matters. Anyone who's followed his career for any length of time knows that the stuff that really matters to Boris Johnson is Boris Johnson. That's his main priority.
So is it out of the question, when we look at the last Conservative PM to face a party vote on leadership, that was Theresa May. She won, but then within 6 months, she was gone. She resigned over Brexit. The next election in the UK is 2024. Is there any chance that Boris Johnson will resign ahead of that, in your opinion?
Well, yes. I mean, the interesting thing, Theresa May actually did better in her no confidence vote than Boris Johnson did. He did as badly as Margaret Thatcher in 1990, who left a week later. So both of those female prime ministers left after a no confidence vote in which they did better than Boris Johnson or as badly. There is going to be a by-election on the 23rd of June. And if that is the sort of, not wipeout, but if that is a sort of mixed picture or even a bad night for the Tories, you would think that would cause him to leave. But, you know, again, what can I say? He has gone through the kind of things that any other former prime minister would have left, any other former party leader would have left. And yet the man just doesn't leave. He doesn't leave. And I have a 4.5-year-old son, and it honestly feels like I'm watching a toddler being told to get out of a ball pit who just refuses to leave at the end of a party.
Those ball pits are so much fun, though, aren't they? I mean, what do you think Boris is going to go and do now? Do you think he's going to try and placate the backbenchers and even lurch further to, you know, populism and popular policies?
I think he will probably do a certain amount of back scratching with the people who supported him and who came out, your Jacob Rees-Moggs, your, Nadine Dorries, those people who have always sort of, played the flute of Boris Johnson's excellence, despite the fact that anyone with half a mind and half an eye on the game can see that he has very little integrity and very little public support. So I imagine he will be offering yet more sort of temptation and more conciliation to the people who supported him, which, hopefully Secretary of State for Education is a big supporter of Boris Johnson. I would love to see more money going into schools. I don't think it's going to happen. And I think in terms of the rest of his party, there will always be, the 1922 committee, it's this very strange, sort of archaic British institution, the group of Tory backbencher MPs who come together. I really hope they do continue to put the pressure on Boris Johnson and make it evidently clear that, his policies are, in some cases, revolting. In the UK now, we are seriously considering exporting vulnerable refugees to Rwanda, in some cases breaking up families to do that. We have millions of people living in poverty. We have, in terms of we would sort of joke on the international stage, partly because as Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson did these terrible things that got people like Nazan in Zaghari Ratcliffe imprisoned far longer than she needed to be. We've got a cost of living crisis. We're all facing a climate crisis. I can't see how Boris Johnson, the man who can just about organise a party in his back garden, he cannot face these kind of systematic problems.
Well, on that cost of living, Angela, I mean, we know that the British economy is in the doldrums here. I mean, has Boris Johnson got bigger problems on his hand than Partygate?
Look, I think, having party like it was 1999, I think he does have bigger issues on his plate, which really goes to, cost of living. We know that in the UK, inflation is looking like heading towards 10%, well above the rest of the European Union. And of course, probably what he'll be remembered for most isn't necessarily these parties, but is Brexit, which is putting a real handbrake on economic growth in the UK. And as they transition out of Europe, they are going to have to accept and I think get used to a lower standard of living. And that is, it's a difficult time for the UK. And I think, having a leader like Boris Johnson who, plays politics very well, plays the picture very well. But when it comes to, making, I guess, the difficult decisions and that forward thinking that I think the people of the United Kingdom are probably looking for, tends to sort of, go missing or maybe go partying. And it's going to be, I think, a very difficult path for him back towards, well, certainly, look, if he survives this in terms of the Conservative Party, I can't see him surviving the next election.
It's interesting, Talal, isn't it? Because it seems that we're living in this world whereby politicians, when you look at perhaps Trump and Boris Johnson, are living by different rules to the rest of us. I mean, if we had the CEO of a private or a public company partying during really harsh COVID lockdowns, you would expect that person might resign or be sacked. But are we living in two different worlds here? One rule for one group, one rule for another?
That's a very good question. And I don't think so, Catherine, because I think, well, first of all, honesty and integrity matters. Just look at the Australian election. And we've got similar circumstances. Our Prime Minister who fell out of favour, who played the politics and wasn't forward-thinking, wasn't with the people. He got thrown out. Trump got thrown out. I think Boris Johnson will get thrown out, just a matter of when. And I think because he's like his hair, slick and going everywhere. And literally just will tell you anything at any time, and there's no good or bad days, it's completely uncertain. And what makes it even more shameful, in my view, for him leading such a nation as the United Kingdom, is that they have real economic issues. Brexit and 10%, if we had 10% inflation in Australia, we're talking about 5. We've got 50 basis points increase today. They've got major issues, and as long as there's a leader without integrity and actual authenticity, they won't deal with those real issues. I mean, there are major issues happening there. Not talk about the now hot war, nearly hot war, with Russia and what's happening with NATO there. We shouldn't forget that. Now, I think that he is injured 40% is a terrible result of your, it's not like a party where you all came voluntarily and someone invited you. That 40% votes for you. You're there first amongst equals. And I think he'll be gone before, my prediction, if I look at my political crystal ball, he'll be gone before the election if he gets challenged again, or he'll be thrown out. But then we'll start the real consequences of the issue he's caused. And I guess the final thing I would say about the Partygate and that report, I think it's got nothing to do with parties. It's got everything to do with honesty and integrity. He lied his way through that. He lied about everything. He denied everything. And it's about the stature of the man, and the breaching his own rules, and then lying continuously about it. And you saw his lines. You know, he was saying that was we're moving on. That was a convincing victory. Convincing moving on. Convincing moving on. Obviously, someone wrote his lines very well.
Yeah. Well, so Nell, I mean, does that mean that we should be codifying certain behaviours? Should, you know, lying be outlawed and you need to go if you're a politician? Given that it seems that he was able to lie and stay there.
Yeah, well, I think we all thought that there were these things. I think we did think it was codified, because in my lifetime, I've never known a prime minister hang on with such white knuckles and bared teeth like this. And, you know, David Cameron, Theresa May, they all left of their own volition. Even Margaret Thatcher did leave eventually. I didn't know that you could hang on despite losing that much public appeal. So yes, maybe it does need to be codified. And you're quite right. You know, I do think once the economic effects of Brexit kick in, and, you know, even more of us are sitting in unheated houses, eating, you know, potatoes, we are going to realise that, you know, the millionaire elites who are telling us that this is a convincing victory and to move on is going to ring extremely hollow. I just wish that fewer people were going to suffer and die in that process.
And just finally, Nell, I mean, that paints a really dire picture, doesn't it, really, with what might...
It's the turnips, the potatoes. No one likes to think of that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But is there a formidable alternative to Boris Johnson?
Well, this is the sort of question. Who's going to take over from him? You know, who is the natural successor? People have mentioned Jeremy Hunt. People have mentioned, you know, but it's hard to find a totally untarnished member of the former cabinet or current cabinet who would step up to that. I think when Theresa May left, Boris Johnson was obviously angling for that job from the very moment he entered politics, despite saying that he never would enter politics when he was the editor of The Spectator. So I think that once they've found the party, or, you know, the people within it have found who they think will be the natural successor, that might start to move more quickly. But personally, from an outsider, it's hard for me to say who I think would be the sort of natural person to take on such responsibility. No.
Well, Nell, it's been great to talk to you. Fascinating to get your insights. Nell Frizzell, thank you so much, author and writer. Well, this week, the Disability Royal Commission is hearing from parents and former students about what the education system is like to navigate for people with disability. From mainstream schools to special education, every schooling experience is different, but common threads have emerged among former students who describe feeling isolated or made to feel a hindrance.
I was often an easy target for other students for teasing and bullying, and I watched other disabled students go through similar experiences. Cases of bullying against disabled students were often brushed off, as it was easier for us to be removed from the environment than what it was to stop the bullying behaviour. I learnt to stop telling my family or my teachers about the bullying and harassment because I knew nothing would be done and it would only make it worse.
And parents of children with disability have described the frustrations they experience in trying to find the right supports. For more on this, we're joined in Canberra by the ABC's Disability Affairs reporter Elizabeth Wright, who has been following the hearings. Thanks so much for joining us, Elizabeth. Good to see you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for having me.
Can you take us through a little bit of the testimony that's come out over the last 2 days?
Absolutely. So the past 2 days we've heard from lived experience witnesses as well as parents. Two of the lived experience witnesses were former students who both went through mainstream schooling, and they spoke to the Royal Commission about experiencing bullying, one from peers, so from fellow students, and the other one from teachers and teaching assistants. And what they said was, or what both of these witnesses actually said, was that they felt a sense of powerlessness when they went to speak up about their experiences around bullying and feeling excluded. And we've also heard from two parents who both have children or both have sons with profound disability. And they told the Royal Commission about beginning with mainstream school with their children and how that just didn't work for their children, it didn't work for the schools, and how that meant moving their children through to the special education system.
That's interesting, isn't it, looking at the two types of schooling that's offered. Is that really the core of what's being discussed there, whether students with disability should learn in a mainstream school or a special school? I mean, is that the essence of what is trying to be determined here?
I don't think it's the essence at all. It's not kind of standing one against the other per se. It's really about having that open discussion about the different pathways of education for students with disability. And at opening statements yesterday, Senior Counsel Assisting Kate Eastman was very careful to point out that this hearing is not a referendum on whether mainstream school is better than special education school. And so it's certainly not that core of the argument that there is a battle there.
Well, as Elizabeth was just telling us, former student Brittany Wilson has given evidence at the Royal Commission. She described how she felt invisible to some of her teaching assistants and was told she was rude when she asked for help.
Some would turn up late for shift though, which meant that I wasn't able to eat my lunch. I would miss out on a lot of playtime. Some would flat out refuse to allow my friends to push me. But on the same hand, in the middle of a game, they either just didn't want to help me, or they'd see another TA and spend the next whatever left of the break talking to that TA while I sat there.
So, Elizabeth, you hear that and you think it's a totally inappropriate environment for anyone to be subjected to there. Is there a widely held view that students with disability would be better off sitting side by side with all children, but that the system in a mainstream school doesn't currently cater for all abilities?
I think, certainly advocates will say that inclusive education is the way forward, that inclusive education is actually better for all students, both students with disability and non-disabled students. But advocates, they also recognise that mainstream schools do not have the resources. They might not necessarily have the buildings which have the access requirements for a lot of students with disabilities. And we're certainly aware that a lot of mainstream school teachers may not have the training to teach students with disabilities. And advocates, they recognise this as an issue. But many advocates do talk about a 10-year plan and working towards that idea of inclusive education, actually happening and actually being successful.
Sam, two of your children, as you mentioned, live with disability. What's your experience of schooling been?
Gosh, schools, you ask any parent of any autistic child and they just immediately have this look of trauma on their face. So square pegs and round holes, and and as an advocate, I'm that person who says yes, we should be able to school all of our children with the same educational outcomes, with the same, with no discrimination. You should be allowed to break the law and not allow disabled students into your school. But exactly that issue. So, we can't blame parents for saying, I'm going to put my child in a special school, is the terminology, rather than a mainstream school, because there's not really a choice, is there? But I think one of the arguments that doesn't ever get cited is that I was here in this studio with Ellen Fanning, and we were looking at the budget set one day, and she said, "Oh, watch that power cord," and she was weirdly normal, and I thought, "Oh, have you got a disabled person in your family?" And she said, "Oh, my dad was a quadriplegic," and so it's a thing where part of this is that we don't have people with disability in our schools, in our workplaces, you know, so some of the stuff that we have where people fail to build a ramp, you know, comes from that attitudinal stuff. And I think this is where it should start, that we have everyone together.
So how do you then transform the current education system to make it for all? Where do you start? I wanted the broad brushstrokes here. I know we don't have 5 weeks, but you've got a minute or so.
All Means All is a really good inclusive schooling website, and they have a roadmap. They say that to have inclusive education, we need to make sure that we get rid of gatekeeping. That means that you can't say that disabled child can't come to my school. Yes, you can. Actually, it's for children. We need to make sure that we've got educational outcomes that are the same in all schools as well. We need to make sure that we get rid of restrictive practices, which is a really big issue in special ed, where people are being, you know, tied to chairs, this kind of thing. You hear these ridiculous stories, and also look at preventing suspensions and expulsions. And Aboriginal children as well are very heavily overrepresented in that cohort. You know, the behavioural stuff. So there is a really, really clear plan to make sure that we have a roadmap to, you know, to follow through.
So if the plan's there, Angela, and going back to Elizabeth's point there of access and training, I mean, you did a PhD looking into the economics of disability in Australia. What are some of the practical solutions for mainstream schools to offer better support?
Well, I think it's really, and we can go to what the outcomes want to be, but we have to say, well, if mainstream schools are going to accommodate all students and provide everybody with quality education, they need to be funded to do it, and they need to be provided with the resources. And we can talk about budgets, but and the NDIS and it costing too much money. But we know that kids in particular with a disability have significant unmet needs, and you know, almost double the level of adults with a disability. This is a critical time for development for these kids, and we want to provide them with the best supports through school so that they can have their best lives and live their best lives. That means really more money and more support, and thinking about how we ensure that schools are supported, because you know, for a teacher, teachers need that support around them and that holistic approach in terms of service delivery. So what I would like to see going forward is really thinking about what role schools have in every child's development, but particularly children with disability, just because their unmet needs are so great and the system really has not served them well. We're going to hear examples, and harrowing examples, in the weeks ahead about how children have been treated, poorly treated, you know, despicably treated in our schools. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of those systematic issues around the support we need to put into schools so that they can provide every child with a quality education.
So, based on your experience of children with learning needs, I mean, how did the schooling system serve you and your family? And do you think learning should be segregated or not?
I think it very much has to be up to the parents and the child to decide whether they want to go into a special needs school or be part of the mainstream. You know, in my situation, I have a dyslexic child. Dyslexia makes it very difficult to read. What you see on a page versus what a dyslexic sees on a page is quite different. And the cognitive load, you know, for example, when my daughter started to read a full-length book, she would read for half an hour or 45 minutes, and then in the middle of the day, she would have to lie down on the sofa and sleep for an hour because the cognitive load was so heavy on her just to read that. But the schooling system, you know, the state school system didn't deal with it very well. The teachers didn't identify it. It was actually her grandmother teaching her to read who came to me and said, "There's something wrong here. There's a processing issue and I don't know what it is." That's what it was. So, you know, I think that is a problem. One of the benefits of having kids who have learning disabilities like dyslexia stay in the school system is if they are willing, and it is a hard ask, to become the champions for their cause, they can change the school. And, you know, I saw that very much with my daughter, who was not long ago asked to, you know, her whole grade was in one room, and a teacher popped her head in and said to the whole grade, "Oh, well, those of you who are going to need 10 minutes extra time at the end, follow me down to the room." Well, of course, everyone knows those are the kids who have the special needs. And she looked around the room and no one got up. No one made a motion to move, even though, she knew there were other kids. So she stuck her hand up and said, "That would be me." And she stood up and she bounced up with a smile and she turned around and she just strode towards the front to where the teacher was. And when she turned around, the other kids with disabilities had started to stand up.
Yeah, that's a really empowering story, isn't it, to hear. Elizabeth, I mean, what was your educational experience as a student with disability? Is any of what you're hearing at the Commission resonating with you?
Oh, absolutely, especially that idea around choice. So my disability is limb difference. I was born with my disability and I started primary school in 1985. And even way back then, I think choice was really such an issue and such a battle to fight for. Certainly for my parents, they wanted me to go to the local mainstream primary school, but the New South Wales Education Department wanted me to go to the special school, the next suburb over. My parents fought basically to get me into mainstream primary school. They spent a few years before I went to school actually engaging with the school, connecting with the teachers there, with the principal, and making sure that we had them on side. And when it came to convincing the education department to let me go there, it essentially came down to a 3-month trial to see whether, firstly, that I could cope in mainstream school, but also whether the teachers and staff could actually manage having a child with a disability at their school. From my perspective, I'm very pleased to say that I passed that trial. I mean, it seems a bit ridiculous that a 5-year-old had to have a trial. But I passed that trial and the rest of my schooling experience was at mainstream school.
Yeah, and aren't you lucky, Elizabeth, you also had such strong parents advocating for you. We've only got about 10 seconds left on the show. I'd like to thank you all for the wonderful discussions tonight on The Drum, and we'll see you next time. Good night.
Julian Assange has been suffering terrible deprivation because he published the truth.
Julian isn't a name, he's not a symbol, he's a human being.
What are your worst fears? That it just collapses.
It's okay. In no sane world can this be normalized.
We're here because we have a child in the and want to get him out. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Ithaca, a fight to free Julian Assange. Next Tuesday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Interest rates up by 0.5 percentage point. The Reserve Bank's move well ahead of expectations.
This inflation challenge will get harder before it gets easier.
Support services brace for a spike in demand, with interest rates adding to the pain of runaway inflation. And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson survives the no confidence vote, but questions remain over his future. Hello, Michael Tetlow with ABC Late News. We were told to brace for higher interest rates, but possibly not by this much so soon. The Reserve Bank has surprised many economists by raising the cash rate by 0.5 percentage point. This takes it from 0.35 to 0.85%. And the federal government is warning Australians inflation is set to get worse before it gets better. Here's political editor Andrew Probyn.
When even more bad news is coming, do what you can to get in front of it.
It will be a difficult day for a lot of homeowners. We've inherited a full-blown cost of living crisis from our predecessors.
The new government's economic challenge becoming more difficult on multiple fronts. An energy crunch, ever higher inflation, and now a supersized rate hike.
Interest rate rises, unfortunately, have a disproportionate impact on those already doing it tough.
Making ends meet is tough in an inflationary environment, but it's even tougher with rising interest rates.
And set to get tougher again.
This inflation challenge will get harder before it gets easier.
One contributor, a shortage of cheap gas supplies in eastern states, coinciding with a cold snap and a cooling coal sector. A quarter of the coal-fired capacity is down due to maintenance, faults or fuel shortages.
It is the coal companies themselves and the operators of the power stations that need to get these power stations back online.
One or more units at Eraring, the nation's biggest power plant, as well as Bayswater and Liddell, all in New South Wales. Outages too at Loy Yang A in Victoria, plus Gladstone and Callide C in Queensland. State energy ministers to meet with their new federal counterpart tomorrow.
I think Australians understand when a lot of these economic challenges have been brewing for 9 years that they can't be fixed in 2.5 weeks.
That's Jim Chalmers' gentle way of appealing for patience, that Labor shouldn't be held responsible for the problems it's inherited. But the government will be judged soon enough on how it responds to the challenges, which are acute, on wages, inflation and the cost of living. Andrew Probyn, ABC News, Canberra.
In Western Australia, the impact of the interest rate hike looms particularly large. The cost of living is increasing faster in WA than anywhere else in the country. The state also has the lowest wage growth, leaving many worried about how they'll cope with higher repayments.
This is only 1 month.
Food vouchers, rent relief and financial counselling. Demand has never been higher for the supports provided by the Jacaranda Community Centre in Perth.
Rent arrears there. There's all sorts of things that school uniforms we might help with.
CEO Lindsay Fitzgerald says her staff are seeing a lot of new faces and it's only going to get worse.
They may not have needed the help before, but they're definitely going to need it this year.
The interest rate rise is putting a squeeze on the budgets of West Australians already being stretched.
That's because Western Australia has the highest inflation rate in the country at 7.6%.
WA also has the lowest wage growth of all the states at 2.2%.
So we've got this growing cost of living issue that we've kind of seen bubbling along for a while now, and it's really just in focus now.
It's going to be finding that extra $80 per month, essentially, out of what we're already spending, especially with the cost of everything going up.
Every day you wake up, there are price increases.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard, but yeah, what can we do?
And while not everyone in WA is doing it tough, even those with investment properties will seek to cover their rising repayments.
So that's going to mean that rentals will go up as well. It's not just about interest for a mortgage. It's a flow-on effect.
Once a week, this centre hands out food packages. And lately, when they do, the queue of people stretches right down the footpath, more than 30 people long. Also growing longer, the list of people seeking domestic violence support.
And it's going to get worse as these prices go up. It always does when we have any increases.
Lindsay Fitzgerald fearing a long winter ahead. James Carmody, ABC News.
Australian authorities are vowing to go after the Italian mafia, who they say are pulling the strings of local underworld gangs. Police believe thousands of mafia members are trafficking illegal drugs and laundering the profits through well-established businesses.
It's a region known for its dramatic coastline and rugged mountains, but Calabria in southern Italy is also home to a mafia powerhouse, namely the 'Ndrangheta, and federal police now believe they're fueling the drug trade down under.
They are pulling the strings of Australian outlaw motorcycle gangs, who are behind some of the most significant violence in our communities.
And the violence has been deadly. Tit-for-tat shootings that have most recently wreaked havoc in our suburbs.
Police search warrant!
And while police raids are attacking the problem locally, intelligence has revealed a strong influence from overseas.
They are responsible for 70 to 80% of the world's cocaine, and they are flooding Australia with illicit drugs.
Detectives are investigating 51 Italian organised crime groups in Australia. 17 of them are based in New South Wales, 14 of which are hiding out in the regions. Another 14 are in Victoria, a further 9 operate out of South Australia. The remaining ones are in Queensland, Western Australia and the ACT. Up to 5,000 individuals are on watch. The revelation thanks to information seized from a secret app that was planted in the mobile phones of organised criminals as part of an undercover sting involving the AFP and the FBI. As well as smuggling tons of illegal drugs into Australia, Italian mafia members are also accused of washing their profits through the economy. Police say millions of dollars a day are being laundered through legitimate businesses in the construction, catering and agricultural industries.
If we don't cut off the head and tail of organised crime, we face living in a very different Australia.
And authorities admit this next phase of Operation Ironside will be long and challenging. Mark Reddy, ABC News, Sydney.
The British Prime Minister has survived a vote of confidence in his leadership, but his days could still be numbered. Boris Johnson insists it was a decisive win and it's time to move on. But Rebel MPs say he's lost his authority. Europe correspondent Nick Dole reports from London.
A master of political comebacks, Boris Johnson may not have crushed the rebellion in his Conservative Party, but he's bought himself some time.
I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
He survived, but not by much. 41% of his colleagues voted against his leadership.
I hadn't expected a third, more than a third, of the Parliamentary Party expressing no confidence in the Prime Minister. That is severely damaging for him and his reputation.
I think it's an extremely good, positive, conclusive, decisive result, which enables us to move on, to unite and to focus on delivery. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
The Prime Minister's already been fined for breaching his own COVID laws by attending a party at Number 10, and this moment appears to have strengthened the case against him. Boris Johnson might have won the latest party room vote, but after being booed by flag-waving monarchists at the Queen's Jubilee, many Conservative MPs fear he won't win the vote that matters.
He's been a disappointment and he should go.
If any other Prime Minister had done what he did, they would have been off 100%, but for some reason people keep making excuses for him.
Should Boris Johnson stay or should he go?
Stay.
Why would you like to see him stay?
Because I feel that he's done quite a lot through the COVID, Brexit.
Boris Johnson does have some things going in his favour. One is the lack of a clear challenger. The other is the Conservative Party rulebook. Having survived this no-confidence vote, he shouldn't face the one for the next 12 months. But there's nothing stopping MPs from changing the rules, so the Prime Minister's position remains precarious. Nick Dole, ABC News, London.
The Australian men's cricket team is kicking off a 6-week tour of Sri Lanka as the country struggles with a deep economic crisis. Cricketers have raised concerns the timing isn't appropriate, but many Sri Lankans hope the tour will bring international attention to the hardships they're facing. Southeast Asia correspondent Avani Dias reports from Colombo.
Sri Lankans are used to waiting. They can spend hours lining up for access to basic services like fuel and gas. But this is different. Today they're lining up for tickets to Australia's cricket tour of the country.
Really hard time to Sri Lanka, but cricket is the solution.
As Sri Lanka suffers through its worst financial crisis since independence more than 70 years ago. Shortages of food, cooking gas, fuel and medicine have left many struggling. I'm just down the road to where people have been buying tickets for the cricket, and there is a real contrast here in how people are feeling. There's a lot of tension and frustration among these people who've been waiting for hours just to fill up their vehicles. And this is what Australian players were worried about in the lead up to this cricket tour, that they would be using crucial resources like fuel and power when Sri Lankans are clearly struggling.
You get angry only, sir. You can't explain it, so it's very hard for all the people.
While some players have raised questions about the ethical implications of the tour, there is a positive spin.
It's probably creating a lot of jobs in terms of vendors and things like that around the grounds, and I mean just the overall economic impact will be really important of Australia being here.
In the CBD, protesters continue to call for the President, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, to resign.
Leaders are not listening to us, so we kind of need help from the international community to solve this
problem in Sri Lanka.
They hope Australia's tour will bring much needed attention to their struggle. Avni Dias, ABC News, Colombo.
Just days after a standout performance, the Dockers have suspended forward Michael Frederick for one game for breaching club rules by drinking during a 6-day break. It means Frederick will miss Saturday's clash with Hawthorn. It comes as captain Nat Fyfe admits it'll take more than a month to get back to his best.
Plenty has changed since Nat Fyfe last lined up for the Dockers.
That it sneaks up on you, you blink and you're a top 3 team or a top 4 team on the ladder. If you keep doing the work and giving yourself the opportunity, all of a sudden you find yourself in a position where finals footy and playing in a grand final becomes realistic.
After years spent playing for teams near the bottom of the ladder, Fyfe is set to return to a Fremantle outfit in a very different position, with the Dockers third on the ladder after wins over fellow high flyers Melbourne and Brisbane.
They're searching for history. Is this the combination?
But as talk of a premiership challenge mounts, the club is trying to keep a lid on expectations.
It's been a long time coming.
Insisting there's plenty of room for improvement.
I'm not going to make any sweeping headlines about what is going to happen in 10, 12, 15 weeks' time. It really is about building a brand of footy that allows us to compete at the pointy end of the year. I've never shied away from that.
The return of a 2-time Brownlow medalist is sure to help that cause, and the coach believes the 30-year-old is ready to go after a strong showing for Peel Thunder in the Waffle.
I think he got a lot of confidence out of his body as well. He took some big hits in that game and got up after each of them and shrugged them off and got on with the business.
But after multiple surgeries and an 11-month layoff, the Dockers expect it'll take time for Fyfe to get back to his best.
It's not going to be at the same standard as I left off last year. That'll take 5 or 6 weeks to come back.
At West Coast, this incident in the Waffle had threatened to delay Elliot Yeo's return from injury. But he's been offered a 1-week Waffle suspension, which he can serve during West Coast's AFL bye, leaving him available for the Eagles' next game against Geelong. Jacob Cakey, ABC News.
Down to 10 degrees in Perth tonight before a shower or two develop tomorrow and a top of 21. Should be sunny in Darwin. A shower or two in Adelaide with 15 showers as well for Hobart and Melbourne. Just 12 degrees in Melbourne. Partly cloudy and 10 degrees for Canberra. Should be sunny for both Sydney and Brisbane. Then looking into Thursday, showers settling in Perth with 23 degrees the top. Less humid in Darwin. Showers increasing for Adelaide. Showers too for Hobart and Melbourne. Sydney, sunny with 16 degrees on Thursday. And that's ABC Late News. I'm Michael Tetlow. Thanks for your company from the team. Take care and stay with us for The Business.
Welcome to The Business. I'm Alicia Barry. Coming up on the program, double whammy, Reserve Bank delivers back-to-back interest rate increases as soaring food, fuel and energy prices start to pinch.
The RBA is clearly serious about getting inflation under control.
And New World Order. Have pandemic pressures broken supply chains and war pushed the international trading system to the brink?
All the good things of globalisation, low inflation, low interest rates are coming to an end.
The Reserve Bank has raised interest rates by 0.5 percentage point to 0.85%. It's the biggest rate rise in more than 2 decades and the first back-to-back increase since May 2010. RBA Governor Philip Lowe has indicated the economy can handle the rate hike as it tries to contain inflation from soaring energy prices. Some economists are already forecasting a similar rise in coming months. Rachel Papazzoni reports.
About a month ago, first home buyer Sarah Trelaw moved into her new apartment.
The best thing that could have happened is just having my own space, being able to do my own thing. I think that's just been amazing.
Sarah knew her mortgage repayments would be rising about as quickly as she and her cat settled into their new home.
I didn't borrow at the top of my range, so I could accommodate future increases. I have played around with online interest rate calculators, and I think I can definitely accommodate a few percentage point increases.
In a surprise move, the Reserve Bank raised the official cash rate by 0.5 percentage point to 0.85%.
The RBA is clearly serious about getting inflation under control.
In a statement, the Reserve Bank Governor Philip Lowe said inflation is higher than earlier expected because of COVID-related disruptions to supply chains, the war in Ukraine, and higher prices for electricity, gas and petrol.
This will be very difficult news for all of those Australians who are already facing the skyrocketing costs of living in this country.
If lenders pass on the rate hike in full, the average owner-occupier loan of $750,000 with 25 years left on the mortgage will rise by nearly $200 a month. If the RBA raises rates to 2.5% by the end of next year, the repayments on that loan will increase by $977 a month. Customers at Renee Boltov's barbershop are already cutting back on their spending as they try to hold on to that cash to cover increased mortgage repayments.
Instead of coming for, a haircut every 4 weeks, they may come every 6 and stretch it out. So that would have a direct financial impact on the revenue of the business, which is kind of difficult just coming out of a pandemic.
While lenders were quick to pass on last month's rate hike in full to borrowers, just over half of banks increased the rate on at least one of their savings accounts, according to Rate City. No doubt those savers will be hoping this time around they'll be rewarded.
I would like to see the banks pass on these hikes in full to savers. This should be their time to shine, to finally get more interest on their hard-earned cash, but I cannot see many banks passing this on in full.
Sarah Treloar is expecting the full increase to be passed on to her home loan, but she's confident she'll be able to manage a few more rate hikes.
Every night I look at the news, read it online, and you see wild predictions around what the interest rates could or couldn't do. It's a bit scary, but I think in the medium term I should be okay.
A good position to be in as the Reserve Bank looks to keep lifting rates.
Rachel Papazzoni reporting. Markets swiftly reacted to the surprise decision. The RBA's hawkish tone sent the ASX sharply lower before eventually ending 1.5% down. The Aussie dollar also lower at 71.8 US cents. Evan Lucas from InvestSmart joined me. Evan Lucas, the market took a tumble after the RBA's surprise move.
They did indeed. In fact, I can't remember actually seeing a 40-point basis drop in the space of a minute. That's how fast the ASX dropped when the actual results came out. I just cannot remember. I was trying to go through the GFC, trying to go back through COVID. To see 40 points lost in a space of a minute is just unheard of. So that's how much of a reaction there was to it. And clearly there was triggers out there waiting for something outside the norm, and that it went through anything with growth or anything with regards to inverted commas risk attached to it. The ASX was sold off.
Tech shares, not surprisingly, taking the biggest hit.
Yeah, and I think that needs to be highlighted. If you want to find a microcosm for anything that is highlighted of growth, it is tech, and our information technology sector ended up finishing down just over 3% and was the leader in that fall. And again, if you look at that initial reaction from the ASX 200, it was led by that space because they are all around fast growth. They have certainly been the ones that probably have the highest level of business debt that sits on side of them to expand. They've obviously done that. So they are the ones that are facing down the gun of having a slower growth profile.
And what about the energy and gas producers? The RBA really highlighting today that energy, gas, electricity are really big inflationary contributors.
They are, and it's interesting they say that because don't forget also what's sort of slightly contrary to that is that the RBA's core measure of inflation is trim mean, and that is actually taking out energy and food. They don't normally look at that. So that is why I found that statement quite interesting, because we know that is going to be a massive driver. There is absolutely every sign that's out there at the moment that energy will be a massive headache for the next 3 to 6 months. So That inflation read is going to be very interesting, because how the RBA judges that will be a question to see over the next couple of months at their meetings, about whether or not they do highlight core over headline inflation. But then you look at the energy providers and you listen to Origin today talking about that some retailers will probably go to the wall with the fact that the cost of electricity coming to them before they pass it on to providers is now well and truly above break even.
And the RBA has just a blunt tool. It's obviously trying to dampen demand and cool inflation. How worried about a pullback by consumers are you?
The way I've always to describe it, they have a sledgehammer to do fine art. And that, I think, is where we sit with rates and anything with regards to policy anyway. They are blunt instruments that are blankets rather than individual or, specific areas of change. You then look at consumer confidence, and that came out from ANZ's numbers today. You also look at the Westpac numbers. They are already, sort of cratering, I think is the word to use. And we haven't even got to a scenario yet where we've seen the full extent of the rate cycle. It's just on the premise of it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in July and August when those price increases from energy, but also those price increases now from any form of borrowings you have come through to roost, and therefore consumers could slow down quite dramatically. And that final point of that, don't forget, 60 to 65% of Australia's GDP is on consumption. And that is the one thing to watch now, is that if we want to talk about the R word, consumption is the thing to watch.
Economists at Deutsche Bank and ANZ are among those flagging another 0.5 percentage point rate rise by August. Will we see a 3% cash rate? Is the market right?
Yeah, it'll be first time for a while, Alicia, in terms of seeing that. Normally the market goes overdone in terms of where it is. Maybe they are. And again, maybe the economists are playing catch up. Is the RBA also trying to front run in terms of getting ahead of the problem and seeing if the whole psychological change that comes with rate rises can actually bring inflation down? It's all a bit of an if, buts and maybe. But yes, the market would suggest that they could be on the right path rather than where the economists were.
And your view, what are you expecting next month?
So I think, again, listening to what was said today, it looks very probable.
Evan Lucas, as always, great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia.
Local data continues to pick up growing pressure on the economy, with the Performance of Services Index, or PSI, contracting for the first time in 6 months. Worker shortages, rising costs and stock sourcing issues weighing heavily on businesses. However, there are some signs of easing supply constraints in certain pockets. The resounding message from the World Economic Forum in Davos was that globalisation is over. The pandemic, coupled with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has highlighted the failures of globalisation, broken supply chains and rampant inflation among them. Author and former Chief Investment Officer at Credit Suisse, Mike O'Sullivan, has been warning about this for years. He says a major transition is now underway and geopolitical risk should be factored into all investment decisions.
Geopolitical risk really is increasing, and it's becoming almost existential. Huge tensions around the South China Sea. We have an unprecedented war in Europe. So I think geopolitics is definitely something to factor in much more. And also in terms of who you deal with. If you're an Australian or an Irish business person, you have to think twice about your counterparty risk now.
Australia's Reserve Bank is warning of higher than expected inflation, and in Europe and the US we're seeing inflation in close to the double digits. What part is deglobalisation playing in rising prices?
For me, one of the litmus tests of this end of globalization idea is that all the good things of globalization, low inflation, low interest rates, are coming to an end. Now, there's certain aspects of inflation today that are one-off factors, the spike in the price of oil, certain supply chain factors. But across the board now, if you look at food prices, demand for higher wages, we're seeing very, very broad inflation, and people are beginning to expect and to act as if inflation is going to be higher for longer. And that's a really new thing.
What do you think the effect of this period of high inflation is going to be?
I think the difficulty will come for younger people who've just bought into the property market at a higher level. And you're kind of stuck at that level now for the next couple of years. So it's going to be a very, very big political issue. In emerging markets, food price inflation is becoming an acute political issue. And then in wealthier countries, housing, rent, availability and affordability of housing would be a really big political issue and will certainly decide elections.
Well, the supply chain pressures that we've seen, obviously a big contributor to inflation. Citi says they're going to be much more entrenched than it thought even a few months ago. What's your view?
The very micro indicators, for example, the number of ships queuing off Singapore or off parts of the US coast, that suggests actually that a lot of the supply chain issues are beginning to be resolved. So there's sort of a temporary effect going on here, but there are permanent effects to do with the end of globalization. Apple, for example, now switching capacity from China to Vietnam. Intel is doing the same, relocating to parts of the US and to parts of Europe. So this trend is going to go on. It's not a terribly efficient trend in terms of the underlying economics. When considerations of strategy and maybe nationalism become wrapped up in investment decisions, and that creates its own frictions. So I think very, very broadly, supply chain complexity is going to persist for the next 3 or 4 years.
So what does that mean for consumers and businesses? Are we going to see higher prices and less choice?
It probably means slightly higher prices, less efficient supply chains. Maybe for consumers in emerging markets, eventually means less choice. It means maybe consumers are maybe driven more by nationalism. So in China, they may be prone to buy Chinese as opposed to American or German cars. And then I think the interesting thing is delivery of all of this to consumers. So I think the digitization of consumer chains is something that's just going to accelerate.
The need to contain global temperatures, is that going to highlight or exacerbate the issues we've been talking about?
It's a huge collective action problem, collective action between cities, between countries, between big regions to really dramatically curb climate change. And I think one of the things in the post-globalization era will be to create new institutions and new arrangements where these countries can collaborate on existential issues like climate change. And we've had the Paris Accord, but it's effectively toothless or meaningless. So that's, for me, is really the big looming challenge ahead.
Do you see that collective willingness needed to create those new institutions as being there?
No, unfortunately, I don't. And very sadly, history shows us that things have to get worse before international governments really begin to get to grips with this.
It all sounds fairly bleak. Do you have cause for optimism?
So an obvious question when you talk about the end of globalization is what's next? The positive side then is the building up and the creation of the next world order. And there, you have lots of advances in medicine and science, which have been accelerated by COVID. You have the possibility to build some of those new institutions. And then you have new economic models, digitization, etc. So that's all actually very, very exciting stuff, and probably gets lost as we worry about, wars and inflation.
Mike O'Sullivan, thank you for making the time to talk to me.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
And that's all from The Business. For more on those stories, head to the ABC News website, and you can catch the program at any time on iView. I'm Alicia Barry. Thanks for your company.
G'day, I'm David Graham, also known as Farmer Dave from a couple of TV shows, including Australian Story. Tonight's program is about a woman who's changing the culture in the bush when it comes to alcohol, and she's certainly changed my attitude. Shanna Wan first featured on Australian Story 3 years ago when her project was in its early days. Now she's getting recognition at the highest levels.
I'd now like to invite the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, to announce Australia's local hero for 2022.
When Tim and I walked down the red carpet to the finals of the Australian of the Year, I felt like my entire body was just on fire with energy and anticipation and awe.
Australia's local hero for 2022 is Shanna Wan.
When Shan's name got called out, I just lost it. It was a sense of validation that all the years that we'd put in, to get to that point, it had all sort of come home to roost, I suppose.
And to see the emotion in his face, I think it was a lifetime of pain for him with me had been released. Because during the worst of my addiction, when I was at my worst, like, I was not a good person to be around. And rural people are worth fighting for because they get up and they show up in fire and flood and droughts.
I had a strong faith that if we still stuck together and saw it through, that there was something special at the other end.
This is dedicated to every single one of you choosing bush sunrises over hangovers. And most of all, it's dedicated to the man who made me believe I was worth fighting for. I love you, Timbo. Thank you.
Would you please put your hands together for Australia's local hero, Shanna One.
Is this just going to be a massive weekend?
Shanna has been working for the last 8 years to change the culture in the bush. Most of our events are centred around alcohol, and we've seen, alcohol involved in so many damaging areas of our life in the bush. Her organisation, Sober in the Country, has been a driving force for change.
Racing and 61 tigers away fairly.
So something I'm always at great pains to point out with Sober in the Country is that we do not demonise drinking. We do not give a hard time to our mates who are enjoying a beer. It's literally the antithesis of what this conversation is about. All we're doing is just making it socially acceptable when our mates might say no thanks or not today to grog.
There are a lot of people that struggle with alcohol addiction in regional, rural and remote areas where there's not a lot of services and not a lot of support.
So, how many days off do you have to recover?
What's unique about Shanna, though, is that she is very, very open about her personal struggles.
She's come a long way. It's a stark contrast from a drunken, blubbering mess, not being able to put two words together, to stand with a microphone in front of hundreds of people.
Let's grab a Great Northern. Have you got any soda water there? Hey, sweetie, they didn't have any soda water.
Surprise, surprise. Thank you, my darling.
No worries.
Something I get asked again and again from people is, so Shanna, how did a girl with all of the love and family support and positive upbringing and potential and opportunity go off track so much? How'd that happen? So I grew up in northwestern New South Wales. Home for me was on a property about an hour and a half from Moree. I was just very, very happy free-range country kid, just belting around the paddocks, bareback on my horse. When I was 11, I went off to boarding school in Toowoomba. It was a real shock to my system. I didn't cope well at all. I was terribly homesick.
She just didn't fit. She just didn't have a sense of confidence. She was a shy kid. Boarding school had a lot of constraints, formal things that we had to abide by, and that was very difficult for Shan.
By the time boarding school finished, I was really feeling caged in and rebellious, and I jacked up and said, no way, I am not going from one institution to another. I'm taking a year off. So I spent the next few years after that basically just moving around Australia quite a lot, working on stations, working with horses, working with stock. So I was extremely naive, I was extremely young, and I was a pretty little thing, off to adventure.
Hello, my darling.
So then some unfortunate, rotten things happened to me as a young girl. Within the space of 1 year, I lost my virginity to date rape, to somebody that I trusted and cared about, and then someone else in a position of authority on a remote property that I also trusted and sort of looked up to then also behaved extremely inappropriately on a number of occasions. And within the space of 1 year, I'd been sexually assaulted 4 separate times. And so I kind of didn't speak up and didn't say anything about it because I felt that age-old classic, I must have done something to deserve that. And you've got to remember, there was no internet, no mobile phones, nothing like that. I didn't even have a vehicle. So I'm kind of in the middle of nowhere, isolated.
She had a quietness about her. I didn't know what was going on, but I had a sense that there was something big had happened into her life.
The truth is, those things completely altered the trajectory of my life. I had been discarded like a piece of trash and treated like a piece of trash. And the impact of that on my psychology and self-worth was just extraordinary. And I hid behind alcohol. The alcohol kind of masked the pain, or it gave me courage in a social situation. I developed this alter ego of a really wild party girl. But in underneath all that, I was bloody shit scared of everything.
Initially, it was very funny. She was pretty cool. She was the central larrikin. And then it progressed to not being so. It progressed to being an absolute mess, an absolute nightmare for Shan and for those around her that loved her so much.
I was never someone who could go and behave myself. I was one of those people where 1 was too many and 1,000 was not enough. I went on to work in agriculture. All through my 20s and 30s, no matter what I was doing, the common thread throughout every single country town that I lived in, or every remote area, was that we all came together over alcohol. It's how you met people, and it's how you fitted in, and it's how you did work, and it's how you did deals. Not once did it occur to me that I might be an alcoholic. I thought alcoholics had to be a homeless person who drank all day and drank every day, or drank during the day, and I was none of that. So Tim came into my life in my early 30s, and it was an extremely dysfunctional, rocky beginning, let me tell you, because he saw very quickly that I was not okay.
Righto, Timbo, which way is our beautiful veranda? Is this our veranda door? Yes.
I reckon just face towards the fire there a bit. She was the one that was still up at the end of the night and drinking on, and partying on when, most people had had enough. I guess I didn't know if she was an alcoholic as such, but I knew there was a big issue there at the very least. It wasn't normal.
How many litres of dust do you reckon we've carried?
And I was going, come back here. You're a great guy. You should marry me. And he's like, I don't think so. Do you remember?
Yeah, no, I remember. The easy thing to do would have been to walk away. And that's sort of what I wanted to do at times, but I knew that there was someone inside Shan that was worth fighting for.
She admired Tim. He was a good old solid country bloke. He was quiet and easygoing.
We got fresh water from him.
And he really did help her. It helped her in giving her a solid foundation for a while.
Oh, God, he's beautiful. You are a little bit ridiculously cute. I had become a high-functioning alcoholic who was extraordinary by day and literally falling apart in increments by night.
Her binge drinking was escalating. Just 1 glass, 2 glasses, then they turned into bottles. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottles of wine.
I then started to feel quite embarrassed about buying 2 bottles of wine every night, So I started rotating bottle shops in my local towns thinking, I don't want these people to think I'm an alcoholic, because I'm not.
Thanks, darling. Have a good weekend. See ya. Bye.
It wasn't a pretty sight. When I'd come home, if she'd drunk, 2 bottles of wine, she'd be often lying on the floor. Whatever alcohol was left, I'd tip down the sink and we were just doing that. That was happening consistently, you know, week after week after week for a number of years. So that obviously took its toll. I knew that Shan needed help, but I had really no idea how to help her. I tried absolutely everything that I could think of. I asked myself the question every day, why the hell would you want to drink like this every day and do this to yourself?
And then the final straw for Shan was the news that her and Timbo weren't able to become parents, and Shan a mum. Her whole dream was to become a mum.
And that was a really convenient excuse in a way too for her to drink more. On my side of things, I'm over here going, well, you know, here you are drinking more, and we're trying to get pregnant, and you're making that problem worse for yourself. And that was extremely frustrating for me too.
And in the very lowest of the low moments, I would say to him, you know what, I actually think you should leave. I actually think you should leave me. I think you should bugger off and go find yourself a nice, healthy, lovely, normal woman to be married to, because what the hell have I got here for you? You know, like I can't pull myself out of this. When Tim and I first hooked up, right, this is what he expected.
When I make a commitment, it's forever. Like, it's not, I didn't take that lightly at all. So I guess I made the call that I had to take it upon my own shoulders to fix the problem.
And I said, you be somebody else.
My rock bottom was Boxing Day in 2014. Everything's very much about children, as it should be at Christmas. When you are minus children, the pain of it is extremely, extremely acute at that time of year. I remember I was white knuckling, which is what they call it when you want to drink but you don't. And I just got up, proud. I walked straight past everyone. I was like a zombie. And I got in my car and went to the bottle shop and I went, make it 3 bottles, thanks. And I think in that moment I was kind of hoping maybe I could take my own life. I'd thought about it so many times.
Yeah, walked in our house to find Shan on the floor with a big cut, passed out, big cut above her eye. She was at the bottom of a flight of stairs at home. I had to rush her to hospital and yeah, that was pretty tough going.
I woke up and there was Tim looking at me.
At that point, I was certainly almost ready to give up, I would say.
Seeing that he had reached his limit, that finally, I don't know, just got through to that part of my brain where I went, okay, this is going to end. I am going to die, like soon, very, very soon, and I have to do something and I have to do it now. That afternoon, I picked up a phone and I rang a number for AA. And I arranged to drive to Tamworth to meet this lady. Her name was Ali.
Ali. Yeah. Hello, beautiful. Shan was nervous that day. I could hear this just sheer desperation, like it was life or death for Shan.
And that was a hugely pivotal moment.
She needed a way out. And I told her there was a way out of this dark hole. I'd been there. I was a drunk through and through though. I was a full-on alcoholic. I struggled with alcoholism from the age of 13 to 34 before I overcame it.
It was just a game changer for Shan to see that this person was someone similar to her, but also a huge realisation that an alcoholic didn't have to be that guy in the gutter with the brown paper bag.
Once upon a time, a conversation saved my life. That's why.
I said, well, this is what we do. There's a program. There are steps. There's action. There are things you have to do. There are things you can't do. This doesn't just happen overnight.
I just stood and I looked it in the eye and I said, this is what it is. And no more. No more. I need to fight now. Yes, I did the work. Yes, I worked my guts out, but there was divine intervention.
That was the end of it. It just, it just stopped and she hasn't had a drink since.
With me, I had an almost overnight miracle transition from crazy Shanna to no more. And that's not a common story. And I will tell anybody any day of the week, what happened with me was very much a miracle. Here is to sober life and sober friends, which are pretty much now all my friends.
Yeah, she did a bit more.
After a complete year of sobriety, I recall a little inkling of an idea forming in the back of my mind that one day I would do something very significant with the miracle that I had been given. Remember that? Yeah. Remember when we were like young?
Oh, yeah.
I made a very conscious decision that I would basically take my own very painful and private story and open it for public dissection and throw myself under the bus as a way of helping others to feel less frightened to step up and ask for help and acknowledge that they weren't okay either. So really, it all just began as one girl in the middle of the outback with a laptop. So I just started sharing snippets of my own story. Really raw, really authentic, no fluff, just this is how it's been, this is how it was. Maybe this will resonate with someone out there.
Thinking about the seriousness of that isolation for someone who's battling addiction or any illness for that matter.
I called it Sober in the Country, a bit of a spin-off on Sex and the City. It was a bit of a daggy dig at that program. And the recurring theme I kept getting was, how you speak makes sense to me. Nothing's ever actually made sense to me before in this space. Can you keep telling us more? I was a bit nervous. I put a call out saying, guys, I'd like to start blogging and sharing your stories because I know there's not just me. And so suddenly support started coming in this little trickle. And then the next thing they would often say is, I never comment because I'm far too scared to comment on your page because what would people think? It took me 6 months until the light bulb went off and I thought, you silly bugger, what you need to do is create a private offshoot of this page so that people can speak without fear of judgment. So the rules on entry are this is strictly confidential. I treat that group as my family and I protect them fiercely. Within 6 months, I had 200 people. There were so many people in this fight. And we're like, yeah, welcome to the madhouse, come on in. And suddenly these people who have just felt so alone and so isolated are finding their family.
I'm just speaking the truth and I'm opening and breaking wide open a topic that has historically been so very, very taboo.
I was actually driving home from a job. I'm managing corporate farms and I was listening to the radio and I heard Shanna do a brief interview and it touched a nerve with me.
Not because my story is everywhere and that is the reason it resonates so far and so wide.
I wrote down a name and when I got home that afternoon I made contact with her. It was a huge turning point in my life. I realised that I was an alcoholic. It was a very humbling experience to realise that something else had control of your life and was taking you to probably to places that you wouldn't normally go. And I had a look at the Sober in the Country Facebook site. It was a relief. It was joining in to a community that could be of help. There were similar stories. And then after a while, I actually told my whole story to that group. Some pretty dark days there for me. I think I got the first reaction to what I'd written within 3 minutes. And I actually found in telling the story that it made me feel a whole lot better. For me personally, my choice will to be never to drink again. It's given me strength. I have a little saying that for me today, the mountains aren't quite so high and the valleys aren't so deep.
I'm on my way to Canberra today, and it's interesting to see how many doors winning this award has opened for me, carrying this essential message and work into places I never imagined I'd be able to go. I really need our government to listen, to hear, to act, and ensure we create sustainable, actionable change. It has been really difficult to see how resistant to change our very own leaders are. But it goes to show the power alcohol has over leadership in this country. Big alcohol is a big funder of everything from sports sponsorship to political donations. So now I'm going to go speak to the people right in charge and we'll have a crack at that.
People like Shanna really epitomise what Australians expect from a local hero. Somebody who is just going to go hard, follow their passions, not let anything stand in their way.
And I'm about to go in and have a meeting with the Secretary for Home Affairs. And we're hoping to just get some traction on moving from conversations to actionable plans, and fingers crossed they might be able to help us achieve that.
Hello, Secretary Pizzillo. Shall we?
Shall we? Come through.
It still feels weird doing that.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, the Department of Home Affairs is very proud every year to support the local hero who is announced every Australia Day. One of the things that we focus on is social cohesion, the cohesion of our communities in all of their respects. And let's face it, alcohol is a really important part of Australian society historically, but it's got its downsides, very significant downsides, and no more so than in isolated communities.
And we've proven the need, we've proven the want. But what we need now is the next steps. So we are seeking government funding to basically ensure people can get telehealth detoxes at home, to ensure they can get support and to ensure that they can get well. And it's currently very difficult for people to do that, but we know how to make it easier.
I think that it's very worthwhile that telehealth or any of those sorts of programs actually should be able to support Shanna's work. I think at the moment it's extraordinary that Shanna hasn't been able to find some good government programs to support what she does.
During our meeting with Secretary Mike Pizzullo, we've just said we really need some help and we would very much appreciate some help. So we are talking about potential funding.
So working with someone who's so passionate about defeating this scourge with practical on-the-ground remedies is something that we're really passionate about too.
Hi! I've been hunting you guys down. Hello, beautiful.
Lovely to see you.
Are we even allowed to hug?
Legend.
Oh. My next stop is at the National Farmers Federation Conference. I am exhausted but well. I finally made it here for our session.
Shanna Won is CEO of Sober in the country and recently was announced Local Hero for 2022 at the Australian of the Year Awards.
The root cause of so much of what's going on with health in our communities is always coming back to alcohol. It is always coming back to alcohol. It breaks my heart because no one other than Sober in the country is tackling that truth front on.
So when I heard that Shanna Won had been appointed as Australia's local hero, I just about climbed through the television. She's almost single-handedly putting the health and safety of rural men and women on the agenda, and the change that she is making is absolutely tremendous.
And I've got about 400 people that come and work in the bush for us. Many of them every year are young kids straight out of school, and looking after them is really key. And Shanna's message around that for me is really, really important.
Her biggest limitation is that it's only one person, pretty much. Other than her husband, Tim, Shanna has pretty much done it on her own.
The last time we had a big gathering at Maules Creek was for Timmy and my wedding, and it was not sober. You can tell I didn't go to finishing school. In the early days of me choosing to be sober, I found it really lonely and really, really difficult. Can I welcome you with a non-alcoholic beverage? Because suddenly I have the most extraordinary, remarkable, close-knit group of friends I ever dreamed of having, and they've all come into my life through their choice to drink less or to drink not at all.
Oh my God. Oh, it's real.
It's like I have found my tribe. And that's actually why we decided to call our peer group the Bush Tribe.
Not every day you get to meet the person who changed your life. Oh, Danielle.
Today I am meeting with some of our Bush Tribe for the first time in real life. I've been speaking with online for several years over the pandemic and we've never met.
Matthew Duncan.
Hello! I'm so excited. One of the people coming along today is Maddie Tonkin, who heard me on the radio many, many years ago.
Oh, don't look at me like that. I'll start crying.
He's really come a long way.
Beautiful friend.
Oh, thank you for making this trip. Oh.
I've got a new job in regenerative agriculture and I've also been able to regenerate myself physically and mentally. I'm much healthier.
Good.
I've got a new relationship in my life. I've repaired relationships within my family. We all probably wanted to do something but didn't know how we wanted to do it. And sometimes someone comes along that shines a light to lead you on a path that lets you put things together. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing to be doing. Thank you.
Love you, Maddie. Love you.
This is my comfort zone. You people are my comfort zone. The Bush Tribe is my comfort zone. Shanna, you are my friend for life. You all are my friends for life.
There's not anything special about me. I'm not the first person to get sober. You're just your raw, true self.
I thank her for being Shanna and for being brave enough to do the work that she does. And I'm trying to do that same thing for other people. So we're trying to pay forward.
So your preferred is this kind of a hearty little nuggety nug-nug?
I think there is a downside to the whole thing. It obviously adds a new level of stress and a new level of expectation. She's got 2 speeds. That's, flat out or zero, and she's got to balance it out.
She's as pretty as a picture. I know that much.
I think it must be incredibly confronting for Shanna sometimes to have to relive her personal journey over and over.
Oh, how did she go when you rode her yesterday?
I hope in her quest to get the word of alcohol abuse out there doesn't jeopardise her health ever again. Because sometimes you can get too snowed down with other people's problems and it affects you personally again.
You go ahead, Toddy. I'll go behind you. When you're a hardwired empath, like I am, you can feel like you're drowning too in the enormity of this need. And I've had to learn to be so careful about boundaries and limitations and lines in the sand, because if I'm not careful, it'll pull me under. We now actually have the ultimate perfect escape and respite from all of that public pressure and stress. And it's in the form of a little chapel in the bush in the middle of nowhere. And it's not just any chapel, it's part of my husband's family history.
Shannon and I live in a little church that was built by my great-grandfather, and then Dad made a bit of a cottage out of it. It is definitely a sanctuary. It's been such a long struggle that we've had, and even since Shannon's been sober, it's been hard. But it's slowly sort of starting to turn, I think.
I've got my horses, I've got my dogs, I've got my good husband by my side, I've got sunrise, I've got peace. I honestly feel like the luckiest person in the world. I had a second chance. And I'll keep doing whatever I can with whatever I've got for as long as I live. I know that with no shadow of a doubt. I just want to say that I think everyone in the whole world should have a bluey. This is therapy dog. This is how she cuddles. See that? Are you right? You right? This is my therapy dog, free. You can't get to a therapist in the bush, but you can have a bluey. Hi, Youngsie. Go on, off with you. She's pretty cute, eh?
To explore a healthy relationship with alcohol, visit hellosundayMorning.org and SoberInTheCountry.org. If you need more immediate help, call Lifeline on 13 11 14.
A shock jump. The RBA lifts interest rates well above expectations.
This inflation challenge will get harder before it gets easier.
Federal police to target thousands of Italian mafia thought to be operating throughout Australia, working with criminal gangs. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson survives the no-confidence votes, but questions remain over his future. And mixed feelings about the Australian men's cricket tour of Sri Lanka, with the country in deep economic crisis. This is ABC Late News. Hello, I'm Michael Tetlow. We were told to brace for higher interest rates, but possibly not by this much so soon. The Reserve Bank has surprised many economists by raising the cash rate by 0.5 percentage point. This takes it from 0.35 to 0.85%. The RBA's second hike in 2 months, aiming to curb soaring inflation. Here's Rachel Papazzoni.
When first home buyer Sarah Trelaw moved into her new apartment a month ago, she knew her mortgage repayments would start rising just as she and her cat settled in.
I didn't borrow at the top of my range, and I think I can definitely accommodate a few percentage point increases.
With the Reserve Bank's 0.5 percentage point interest rate hike, it's served her well to be prepared.
The RBA is clearly serious about getting inflation under control.
In a statement, the Reserve Bank Governor Philip Lowe said inflation is higher than earlier expected because of COVID-related disruptions to supply chains, the war in Ukraine and higher prices for electricity, gas and petrol. If lenders pass on the rate hike in full, the average owner-occupier loan of $750,000 with 25 years left on the mortgage will rise by nearly $200 a month. If the RBA raises rates to 2.5%, by the end of next year, the repayments on that loan will increase by $977 a month. Renee Boltov's customers are already cutting back on their spending as they try to hold on to their cash to cover increased mortgage repayments.
Instead of coming for, a haircut every 4 weeks, they may come every 6 and stretch it out. So that would have a direct financial impact on the revenue of the business.
While lenders were quick to pass on last month's rate hike in full to borrowers, just over half of banks increased the rate on at least one of their savings accounts, according to Rate City. No doubt those savers will be hoping this time around they'll be rewarded.
I would like to see the banks pass on these hikes in full to savers, but I cannot see many banks passing this on in full.
Sarah is expecting the full increase to be passed on to her home loan, but she's confident she'll be able to manage a few more rate hikes.
It's a bit scary, but I think in the medium term I should be okay.
A good position to be in as the Reserve Bank looks to keep lifting rates. Rachel Papazzoni, ABC News.
Australians have been warned inflation is set to get worse before it gets better. Treasurer Jim Chalmers conceding there are limits to what the government can do to help ease higher cost pressures. Here's political editor Andrew Probyn.
When even more bad news is coming, do what you can to get in front of it.
It will be a difficult day for a lot of homeowners. We've inherited a full-blown cost of living crisis from our predecessors.
The new government's economic challenge becoming more difficult on multiple fronts. An energy crunch, ever higher inflation, and now a supersized rate hike.
Interest rate rises, unfortunately, have a disproportionate impact on those already doing it tough.
Making ends meet is tough in an inflationary environment, but it's even tougher with rising interest rates.
And set to get tougher again.
This inflation challenge will get harder before it gets easier.
One contributor, a shortage of cheap gas supplies in eastern states, coinciding with a cold snap and a cooling coal sector. A quarter of the coal-fired capacity is down due to maintenance, faults or fuel shortages.
It is the coal companies themselves and the operators of the power stations that need to get these power stations back online.
One or more units at Eraring, the nation's biggest power plant, as well as Bayswater and Liddell, all in New South Wales. Outages too at Loy Yang A in Victoria, plus Gladstone and Callide C in Queensland. State energy ministers to meet with their new federal counterpart tomorrow.
I think Australians understand when a lot of these economic challenges have been brewing for 9 years that they can't be fixed in 2.5 weeks.
That's Jim Chalmers' gentle way of appealing for patience, that Labor shouldn't be held responsible for the problems it's inherited. But the government will be judged soon enough on how it responds to the challenges, which are acute, on wages, inflation and the cost of living. Andrew Probyn, ABC News, Canberra.
Anthony Albanese has wrapped up his first bilateral visit to Australia's largest neighbour. During the past 2 days, the Prime Minister's promoted trade links, greater climate ambition and strategic cooperation in a pitch that was warmly welcomed. Political reporter Jane Norman reports from Makassar in the eastern province of South Sulawesi.
Touching down in Indonesia's booming eastern frontier.
This is the first visit by any Australian Prime Minister to Makassar.
The nation's fifth largest city.
That was during the election campaign.
Hungry for knowledge.
You've got to do it around the other way.
And investment. Eastern Pearl's got the capacity to process tens of thousands of tonnes of West Australian wheat flour each day.
What would you make biscuits out of?
A symbol for future business ties, export-based, value-added and self-raised through joint Australian-Indonesian investment.
Growth will be determined by population. We are in the fastest growing region of the world.
The Prime Minister's demonstrating his desire for a deeper relationship with Jakarta, flagging easier access to Australian visas and an injection of cash through a $200 million climate and infrastructure fund.
The change policy on climate change that my government was elected to implement has been welcomed here in the region and indeed by every world leader who I've spoken to.
Despite a landmark trade deal and prime ministerial visits, Australia's relationship with its largest neighbour has been perennially underdone.
It's not an easy place to do business, and I think they're working really hard at that. But we have to play the long game here as Australian businesses.
Anthony Albanese. Shifting alliances and strategic competition have injected a sense of urgency into Australia's regional relations.
We see Indonesia as central to our trade diversification plan.
That's code for finding new markets to reduce Australia's reliance on its $245 billion trade partnership with China. While Anthony Albanese's trek to Indonesia is a well-worn path for new Prime Ministers, this trip is part of a reorienting of Australian foreign policy. The Prime Minister's promising to repair and revitalise relations in the region to counter China's growing influence. And he's set a cracking pace, confirming more trips are on the horizon, including next month's meeting of Pacific Island leaders. Jane Norman, ABC News, Makassar.
Australian authorities are vowing to go after the Italian mafia, who they say are pulling the strings of local underworld gangs. Police believe thousands of mafia members are trafficking illegal drugs and laundering the profits through well-established businesses.
It's a region known for its dramatic coastline and rugged mountains. But Calabria in southern Italy is also home to a mafia powerhouse, namely the 'Ndrangheta. And federal police now believe they're fueling the drug trade down under.
They are pulling the strings of Australian outlaw motorcycle gangs who are behind some of the most significant violence in our communities.
And the violence has been deadly. Tit-for-tat shootings that have most recently wreaked havoc in our suburbs.
Police search warrant!
And while police raids are attacking the problem locally, intelligence has revealed a strong influence from overseas.
They are responsible for 70 to 80% of the world's cocaine, and they are flooding Australia with illicit drugs.
Detectives are investigating 51 Italian organised crime groups in Australia. 17 of them are based in New South Wales, 14 of which are hiding out in the regions. Another 14 are in Victoria, a further 9 operate out of South Australia. The remaining ones are in Queensland, Western Australia and the ACT. Up to 5,000 individuals are on watch. The revelation thanks to information seized from a secret app that was planted in the mobile phones of organised criminals as part of an undercover sting involving the AFP and the FBI. As well as smuggling tons of illegal drugs into Australia, Italian mafia members are also accused of washing their profits through the economy. Police say millions of dollars a day are being laundered through legitimate businesses in the construction, catering and agricultural industries.
If we don't cut off the head and tail of organised crime, we face living in a very different Australia.
And authorities admit this next phase of Operation Ironside will be long and challenging. Mark Reddy, ABC News, Sydney.
An anti-lockdown protester who attacked a police horse with a flagpole during Melbourne's violent demonstrations has implored a judge to show him mercy. Dennis Bassick has pleaded guilty to several charges, including assaulting an emergency worker and animal cruelty, and now says he's sorry for his actions. A warning, this story from Danny Tran contains some distressing pictures.
Masked and brandishing a megaphone, Dennis Bassick still uses force to get his violent message across to police on the front line of Melbourne's vicious anti-lockdown protests. Minutes later, that extends to their steeds. With a flag bearing the word resist, Bassick, a one-time wannabe Hell's Angel, pummels a police horse in the face. But the 42-year-old came to the county court today bearing a different message through his defence lawyer. Sorry. Mr Bassick makes no excuses. Bassick today pleaded guilty to several violent charges, including animal cruelty and assaulting an emergency worker on duty, dating back to separate incidents during the height of Melbourne's lockdowns. Months after attacking the police horse, security footage captures the Narre Warren South man back in the city for another protest. This time, instead of a flagpole, Bassick uses a traffic bollard, hurling it at an officer on horseback. Senior Constable Christine Brown told the court that the bollard struck her head and shoulder and she was in pain for months. There was a real risk that I could have fallen off my mount, which would have resulted in a riderless horse running through a crowd. Prosecutors didn't mince their words. The offending against leading Senior Constable Brown was particularly cowardly and reprehensible, given that the bollard was thrown at her back. Through his lawyer, Bassick today offered an apology. He accepts that the victim was simply going about her job. He's embarrassed by his conduct. Dennis Bassick has already spent 321 days behind bars. The judge today said he displayed a continuous pattern of disobedience which needed to be denounced. He'll sentence Bassick at the end of the month. Danny Tran, ABC News, Melbourne.
Chris Dawson's murder trial is up and running again after a week's hiatus. The 73-year-old is charged with killing his first wife, Lynette, in January 1982. But it was his second marriage and its breakdown that were the focus of proceedings.
Crown Prosecutor Craig Everson is out of COVID isolation and the case is back underway. Today, a friend of JC, Chris Dawson's second wife, told the court about the night the two separated. At her house on the Gold Coast, she said JC made a startling admission. She told me that she was going to go to the police, and she said that if she didn't make it, that I was to go to the police. She said, I think he murdered his first wife. A second witness relayed a similar story. When JC told me she was leaving, she said to me, should anything happen to her, I was to go to the police because she thought his first wife had been killed. The court also heard from a former student of Chris Dawson's who said he approached his teacher for advice about how to ask out JC. He said the two of them devised a plan whereby he would turn up to JC's house while Chris Dawson was there and the two of them would be left alone together. But when the day came, he said things played out very differently. I went to the door. I was expecting JC to greet me. Instead, Chris greeted me and said words to the effect of, the plan's aborted. He said some weeks later, he saw JC sitting on Chris Dawson's lap in his office at their school. Mr Dawson denies any involvement in his first wife's disappearance. Ruby Cornish, ABC News, Sydney.
The British Prime Minister has survived a vote of confidence in his leadership, but his days could still be numbered. Boris Johnson insists it was a decisive win and it's time to move on, but Rebel MPs say he's lost his authority. Europe correspondent Nick Dole reports from London.
A master of political comebacks, Boris Johnson may not have crushed the rebellion in his Conservative Party, but he's bought himself some time.
I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
He survived, but not by much. 41% of his colleagues voted against his leadership.
I hadn't expected a third, more than a third, of the Parliamentary Party expressing no confidence in the Prime Minister. That is severely damaging for him and his reputation.
I think it's an extremely good, positive, conclusive, decisive result, which enables us to move on, to unite and to focus on delivery. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
The Prime Minister's already been fined for breaching his own COVID laws by attending a party at Number 10, and this moment appears to have strengthened the case against him. Boris Johnson might have won the latest party room vote, but after being booed by flag-waving monarchists at the Queen's Jubilee, many Conservative MPs fear he won't win the vote that matters.
He's been a disappointment, and he should go.
If any other Prime Minister had done what he did, they would have been off 100%. But for some reason, people keep making excuses for him.
Should Boris Johnson stay or should he go?
Stay.
Why would you like to see him stay?
Because I feel that he's done quite a lot through the COVID, Brexit.
Boris Johnson does have some things going in his favour. One is the lack of a clear challenger. The other is the Conservative Party rulebook. Having survived this no-confidence vote, he shouldn't face another one for the next 12 months.
But there's nothing stopping MPs from changing the rules, so the Prime Minister's position remains precarious. Nick Dole, ABC News, London.
The battle for Severodonetsk is being fought street by street as Moscow's forces push on to conquer Ukraine's eastern Donbass. Ukraine says at least 8 people were killed and 11 injured in Russian shelling in the neighbouring Donetsk province. More than 100 days into the invasion, Russia is seeking a decisive win in the industrial Donbass region. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces are holding their positions.
The Russian army tries to deploy additional forces in Donbass, but it is the 103rd day of the war and the Ukrainian Donbass stands strong.
Ukrainian forces are continuing to slow the advance of Russian troops with tanks and heavy artillery. The Australian men's cricket team is kicking off a 6-week tour of Sri Lanka as the country struggles with a deep economic crisis. Cricketers have raised concerns the timing isn't appropriate, but many Sri Lankans hope the tour will bring international attention to the hardships they're facing. Southeast Asia correspondent Avani Dias reports from Colombo.
Sri Lankans are used to waiting. They can spend hours lining up for access to basic services like fuel and gas. But this is different. Today they're lining up for tickets to Australia's cricket tour of the country.
Really hard time to Sri Lanka, but cricket is the solution.
As Sri Lanka suffers through its worst financial crisis since independence more than 70 years ago. Shortages of food, cooking gas, fuel and medicine have left many struggling.
I'm just down the road to where people have been buying tickets for the cricket, and there is a real contrast here in how people are feeling. There's a lot of tension and frustration among these people who've been waiting for hours just to fill up their vehicles. And this is what Australian players were worried about in the lead up to this cricket tour, that they would be using crucial resources like fuel and power when Sri Lankans are clearly struggling.
You get angry only, sir. You can't explain it, so it's very hard for all the people.
While some players have raised questions about the ethical implications of the tour, there is a positive spin.
It's probably creating a lot of jobs in terms of vendors and things like that around the grounds, and I mean just the overall economic impact will be really important of Australia being here.
In the CBD, protesters continue to call for the president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, to resign.
Leaders are not listening to us, so we kind of need help from the international community to solve this problem in Sri Lanka.
They hope Australia's tour will bring much needed attention to their struggle. Avni Dias, ABC News, Colombo.
Underperforming clubs, West's Tigers and the New Zealand Warriors have sacked their head coaches in a dramatic day in the NRL. Michael Maguire coached the Tigers for 3.5 seasons and his last game was a 26-point loss to Souths. Former New South Wales halfback Brett Kamali will take over for the rest of the season. Under Maguire, the Tigers have failed to make the finals and have only had 3 wins this season.
We're a results-driven business, let's face it. We're a professional sport, so we all know, I've been there myself. And it's not always fair, but at the end of the day, it is the reality of professional sport.
The Warriors have parted ways with Nathan Brown and club great Stacey Jones will be the interim coach. The stage is set for the State of Origin Series opener in Sydney with both the Blues and Maroons completing their final training sessions. There have been no late injuries or changes to either team starting 13 in what's been a drama-free build-up to Game 1.
James Tedesco has captained New South Wales for 3 years, yet has never played in front of a capacity home crowd.
Walking out the tunnel, running the boys out in front of a packed house, that'll be a pretty special feeling.
After 2 years of COVID disruptions, the Blues are happy to be home.
I'm yet to experience any sort of big game in this arena yet, so I'm pretty excited, as I'm sure the other boys are, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be deafening out there.
Chasing a 4th series win in 5 years, they go into Game 1 as favourites, but are expecting Queensland to put up a fight.
They're very competitive teams, and I just can't imagine the scoreline getting too far away from anyone.
History is certainly on the Blues' side when it comes to playing at home. They haven't been beaten in Sydney since Game 2 2017. Queensland's new coach Billy Slater admits claiming the series opener will be a huge challenge for his new look side.
We just need Callum Ponga at his best. We need Daly Cherry Evans at his best, Cameron Munster at his best, Josh Papali'i at his best. If everyone's at their best, we're at our best.
That includes the Maroons' 4 debutantes, like 20-year-old Selwyn Cobbo, hailing from the tiny Indigenous town of Cherbourg, where residents will be tuning in to cheer on their hero.
They look up to me, and I just gotta show what a good role model would do.
Determined to make his state proud on the biggest stage of all. Chloe Hart, ABC News.
In the AFL, Melbourne has banned key defender Stephen May for a match over his role in an alcohol-fuelled fight with a teammate. The club says May and midfielder Jake Melksham got into a scuffle after dinner and drinks with teammates at a restaurant on Sunday. May's been sidelined since suffering a concussion in round 11 and as a result was banned from drinking alcohol. The ban means he won't be able to return for the Queen's birthday clash with Collingwood, but in a video released by the club, May says there's no hard feelings within the team.
We're really good mates. We have a lot of love for each other. Sometimes guys can get a little bit competitive with the banter and go a little bit overboard, and we certainly made an error of judgment in that time.
Melbourne says both players will also do community service with one of the club's partner organisations. Socceroos coach Graham Arnold is confident his team can beat the United Arab Emirates in Qatar to keep its World Cup qualification hopes alive. After finishing 3rd in its group, Australia faces a sudden death game against the UAE. Arnold says the Socceroos have been in this situation in the past and they know what's required.
Physically, we're in great shape. Mentally, the boys are in great spirits, and I believe with that mental Aussie strength that we will come through.
If the Socceroos defeat the UAE, they'll face Peru in Qatar next week for a place in the World Cup. Time now for the weather. Here's Paul Higgins.
Well, in the west, a low and this associated pressure trough is set to bring some wet weather to western parts from tomorrow. More embedded troughs will move up over the southeast, so more showers and alpine snow, with that chilly southerly flow continuing between the deep low in the Tasman and that high that's barely moving. The cold air has made it to Queensland and the Northern Territory now. Tomorrow there'll be showers in northern Queensland north of Ingham, partly cloudy in the southwest, sunny elsewhere though, including Brisbane. Mostly sunny across New South Wales. That's apart from showers about the central and southern ranges. Snow down to 800 metres in the south. Windy, dry and 15 in Sydney, and Canberra partly cloudy. Just a shower or two over Victoria's northern plains, but scattered showers on and south of the ranges, including Melbourne, and snow getting down to 800 metres at first. In Tasmania, that snow will get down to 300 metres tonight. Showers in the west, south and central areas and the Bass Strait Islands. In Hobart, a few early showers. Showers for South Australia's southern agricultural area and near the western coasts. In Adelaide, a shower or two. In the west, showers west of a line from Onslow to Newman to Bremer Bay and along the Eucla coast. Possible thunderstorms in the north. Those showers will move into Perth in the afternoon. Less humid across the southern part of the top end in the Territory and over the northern Gregory and northern Carpentaria districts. A sunny day in Darwin.
Thank you, Paul Higgins. That's ABC Late News to the moment. I'm Michael Tetlow. Thanks for your company. Take care. Bye for now.
Every Thursday on Q&A, your questions get the nation talking.
What is in this Constitution and how will it benefit us?
It'll be my job to bring people together.
I do really believe there is a deep reservoir of goodwill, and I think that transcends left or right.
Coming up, Virginia Trioli looks at the future of the art sector with Tony Burke, Darren Hayes, Adam Liao and Katie Noonan, who will also perform live.
Q&A, Thursday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Experience an astounding winter wonderland.
Is there a place more beautiful, more wild than the realm of the Southern Oceans?
Join hosts Hamish McDonald and Dr. Anne Jones for an extraordinary live television event.
Looks like you're in for some trouble.
Be there as the miraculous plays out.
My heart is going so fast right now.
Southern Ocean Live, Tuesday, June 21 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Oh, I think the party for turning 90 is going to be huge.
Scott's favourite party trick, he pulls out the sprinkler on the dance floor. Hi, I'm Lara.
I'm Scott.
And we're 49 years young.
Yeah, 90 is a great number.
Yours for 90 years.
Report the facts.
Welcome to the program. If the Reserve Bank wanted Australians to hear its anti-inflation message, it certainly succeeded this afternoon when it announced a 0.5 percentage point increase in official interest rates. As Chief Political Correspondent Laura Tingle reports, both the Central Bank and Australia's new Treasurer Jim Chalmers are now working hard to set fresh expectations about what lies ahead and what government can do about it.
Crunch time, households on the red line.
Rate expectations, a nervous way.
It's now not a matter of if, but by how much.
Energy prices soaring.
Expected to add further cost of living stress to struggling households.
Australians expected higher interest rates today, but that doesn't make this news any less difficult.
It is hard to remember a Treasurer who has had to deliver quite such a sombre message from his first day in the job as Jim Chalmers. And if anybody had missed that message in the past 2 weeks, they certainly couldn't miss it today.
High and rising inflation, rising interest rates, falling real wages, at a time when our ability to respond to these challenges is constrained by the fact that the budget is absolutely heaving with Liberal debt. Now, it is within our grasp, it is within our reach to strengthen our economy and to have a better future. But first we need to navigate together this high and rising inflation and the interest rate rises that accompany it.
And just how hard that navigation will be was made clear to Australians at 2:30 this afternoon, when the Reserve Bank announced it was pushing interest rates a 0.5 percentage point higher on top of the 1/4 percentage point it announced last month. We had been warned that there would be more interest rate hikes to come this year, after years of record low and falling rates, but few had expected a rate rise of this magnitude in one go. By raising rates so sharply, the central bank has opted to whack expectations as much as the actual rate of inflation. But the Reserve Bank is not the only one trying to set expectations.
We need to be honest and upfront with the Australian people about the nature, the severity, the magnitude of this inflation challenge that we confront. Australians already know that because they're paying ever higher prices for their groceries and for their energy, and now to service their mortgage as well.
In a country of record household debt, this latest move is going to really, really hurt. It won't just be hurting household budgets either.
In addition to the pressure it will put on family budgets, will also make it more expensive for the Commonwealth Government to service that $1 trillion of debt in the budget.
Since the interest bill on that debt in the federal budget is already around $20 billion a year, it gives you some idea of how much more of our taxes will have to be used to pay off the country's borrowings instead of delivering services. It's certainly common for incoming treasurers to engage in the theatre of proclaiming the budget cupboard bare, the famous black hole manoeuvre. But Chalmers' task is very different. It's not so much that the cupboard is bare or that there is an even bigger black hole than we thought. It is that a perfect storm of international and local factors that are largely outside any government's control have hit the economy.
The Albanese Labor government does not underestimate the serious combination of challenges that we have inherited.
All he can do for now is promise some relief in the budget.
Our responsibility as the new government is to make sure in the October budget that I will hand down that there is a cost of living package that includes our policies on childcare and medicines, but also to get that longer term downward pressure on energy prices and to get real wages moving again.
Labor committing to $45 billion.
New Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor was quick out of the blocks today.
All good? Perfect. Thank you very much.
To argue Labor spending promises would be adding to inflation. But one of his colleagues had already pointed out that the coalition had hardly helped on this front.
There's no doubt government spending should have been lower for the last year or so. The coalition government was right to spend money to help support the economy during COVID, but we needed to put the speed limits of the economy down over the past year.
Underlying much of the new government's argument about inflation, and particularly the spiralling cost of energy, is that considerable blame does lie with the former government. But it is more interested for now in ensuring voters know that whoever is responsible for the mess, their new government will try to clean it up, and that it understands just what impact all these cost pressures are having on voters.
A whole range of issues, unfortunately, coming at us at once, and so it will be a difficult winter. It will be an expensive winter. We are in the midst of a full-blown cost of living crisis.
Australian homeowners will be hit hard with today's 0.5 percentage rise in interest rates, adding more than $150 to the average monthly mortgage repayment. Sue Lin Ong is the chief economist at RBC Capital Markets. Was a rate increase of this size today expected?
There was some speculation amongst market participants about a larger increase, 40 or 50 basis points, but the RBA had signalled a preference for 25 basis point moves, so quarter point moves. So it was a little bit surprising that they opted for such a large increase today of 0.5%. It really has stepped up the pace of tightening, and it does leave the door open to further hikes of this magnitude.
Well, I know this is a little bit of crystal ball gazing, but a lot of Australians watching would be wondering how far are interest rates going to rise and how quickly, and where are they likely to end up and settle?
So the key rationale behind this large move today was an increasing concern around inflation. And there's multiple factors that are driving higher inflation, whether it's ongoing supply chain disruptions, the war in Ukraine, rising utility prices. They're all coming through, and that concern is very much driving this larger move by the Reserve Bank. So their sole aim now is to try and get inflation, which is already above 5%, back into the RBA's 2 to 3% target range. To do so, it needs to get rates higher. It can't do a lot about some of those factors driving higher inflation, but it can temper demand and increase borrowing costs, squeeze households a little bit in terms of their disposable income, and slow the economy and prices that way. And so we do expect the bank to deliver further hikes, multiple hikes in the coming months. The door, we think, very much is open to another half-point increase in July and further hikes thereafter to get the cash rate, which is currently 0.85, to just above 2% later this year.
You mentioned the external factors such as the war in Ukraine and supply chain issues. What happens if the Reserve raises interest rates and it doesn't have that much effect on inflation because those factors are external?
That's very true. I think the RBA, as well as other global central banks, are very aware that there's only so much monetary policy can do to affect some of those price pressures in terms of supply chain disruptions, war and elevated energy and commodity prices. There isn't an awful lot that central banks and the RBA can do on that front with the instruments that they have. But what they can do is use interest rates to temper demand.
When you look at the size of the average Australian mortgage against the average Australian wage, is an interest rate increase of this size likely to start putting people into mortgage stress?
Look, I think there will be pockets of stress, but at the aggregate level, we know that households, and in particular their balance sheets, are in much better shape than we've seen for a very long time. And that's really a function of what has been a big build-up in household savings over the last couple of years. It's about 300 billion Australian that has been built up. It's about 13% of GDP. There's a pretty decent financial buffer for households to meet increased mortgage repayments, as well as other shocks, whether it be from fuel or higher utility prices. So on aggregate, we think that that households and the economy should be able to cope with mortgage rates that lift up further, a cash rate that is a little above 2% later this year. But there's no doubt there will be some that are in a bit more stress. Those that came into the market late, had smaller deposits, that are in less strong employment conditions, they will feel, we think, some stress.
Celia Nong, thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee.
Australia isn't alone in grappling with soaring energy prices. Of course, it affects many other countries around the world too. Some analysts are drawing parallels to the global oil shocks of the 1970s, as Michael Vincent reports.
The world is paying a high price for Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Price of gas is up $1.40 since the beginning of the year, when Putin began amassing troops at the Ukrainian border. This is a Putin price hike.
The price of crude oil has spiked into territory not seen since the global financial crisis. Natural gas is at near record highs. Russia is the world's third biggest producer of oil and second biggest producer of natural gas. But Western sanctions against Russian energy giants such as Gazprom have resulted in a major gap on world energy markets.
Russia exports about 8 million barrels a day. The entire amount of spare production capacity in the world is about 2.2 million barrels a day. And this has the makings potentially of a worse period than the 1970s.
As to just how grim the situation is, we face gasoline rationing this summer, rationing of heating oil next winter, and in general, we're going downhill.
Former presidential energy advisor Bob McNally argues it's an even bigger energy crisis than the OPEC oil shocks 5 decades ago.
What is worse now than then is there is a problem with oil prices, obviously, but we also have a problem with gas. not only prices, but even availability in Europe, and coal prices are high.
I've been in this market for 21 years now, and I've never seen anything like this.
Brisbane-based energy analyst Josh Stabler warns Australia is yet to feel the full impact.
We've had periods of time where the market has been more volatile. This is not just a few hours a day, a few days of the year. This is month on month.
Josh Stabler says the energy price spike represents both a blessing and a curse for a major energy exporter such as Australia.
A coal mine who is selling at record prices can afford to pay a little bit more on their electricity bill. But there are some customers who are domestically focused, who are taking on high energy for their consumption, and therefore they will be in a position as a legitimate party who requires assistance from the government.
The crisis has forced US President Biden's hand. He's expected to go to Saudi Arabia in an effort to increase OPEC's supply of oil. Saudi Arabia's oil minister warned last month, the world needs to wake up to an existing reality. The world is running out of energy capacity at all levels.
You just don't turn on oil like you do a spigot or a garden hose. And it's not easy to just stop consuming when the price goes high. Around the world, we're seeing governments reduce the taxes on oil so that consumers aren't feeling so much pain, and that's really subsidizing consumption.
Analysts say the surging cost of fossil fuels also makes renewable energy more attractive, in turn accelerating the world's clean energy transition.
This enormous price signal that we're getting is going to bring forward new investment. Now, the primary beneficiary of new investment will likely be renewables and batteries, not coal and gas. So this is likely to be a very large price signal for renewables.
Legal aid fulfils a vital service by providing advice and representation to those people most in need. But the government-funded agency in New South Wales is facing an internal battle with an exodus of culturally diverse staff and 3 of its own lawyers raising allegations of workplace racism. This report from Hagar Cohen and producer Raveen Hunjan.
They're the lawyers on the front line of some of the most gruelling work in the legal world.
There was sometimes around 20 or 30 clients a day who would come in for advice and assistance in court in quite urgent matters.
I saw a lot of women that were fleeing violent relationships.
I wanted the law to work in a way that was beneficial to those that needed it the most.
But outside the courtroom, back at Legal Aid, these lawyers say they're struggling.
People who look like me will find it very difficult to do their jobs at Legal Aid, will find it very difficult to be accepted in that organisation. I stand out quite forcefully. I typically don't wear, the black and the pinstripes, and everybody knows I'm quite flamboyant, and oh, here comes Miss Chivunga.
Tendai Chivunga first joined Legal Aid's Newcastle office in 2015. Within her first year in the job, the Zimbabwean-born lawyer says a colleague began excluding her.
There was one particular occasion where we were supposed to be standing in our office teams. We were at a big conference. My colleague was there, and I remember he said, "What are you doing here? Bugger off." I recall there were times when I was left out of team meetings. I remember doors being slammed in my face.
How did that make you feel?
Isolated, segregated, at that point in time, inferior. And hurt. There's nothing more different than my skin tone, and that was enough to frighten people away.
Tendai officially complained in March 2016 and listed 13 incidents which in her view amounted to misconduct. 2 months later, an internal investigation found the colleague had not engaged in workplace misconduct. She claims the colleague's behaviour then escalated.
I was out with a friend one night and we were sitting having drinks. It was an after-works event, and that colleague attended the same premises, and he began to abuse me quite viciously, to the point where the staff had to call security and have him removed from the premises.
Tendai later applied for another solicitor position with Legal Aid.
The colleague that I had made a complaint about was on the judging panel for the job that I had applied for. And I remember interviewing in front of him and having to look him in the face with everything that I knew and everything that I had been through. I knew at that point that I would never get that job, and I didn't.
Tendai now runs her own practice but is contracted to take on legal aid cases as a private lawyer. She's involved in a number of disputes over her handling of some of these cases.
And I'm being scrutinised just like I was when I used to work there. Everything has to be perfect and then some.
Since Tendai left Legal Aid 6 years ago, at least 23 culturally diverse employees have left the organisation.
When you have to function at a higher level to do the job that you can do every day at the same capacity as everyone else, it's racism.
After 730 put Tendai's allegations to Legal Aid, the organisation has limited the number of legal aid cases she can work on. Legal Aid New South Wales told 730 that it doesn't tolerate discrimination, treats allegations seriously and takes action. Life has changed for Jane Christian after taking indefinite leave from Newcastle Legal Aid 2 weeks ago.
It's 2022, and I think most people think this kind of racism was on show back in the 50s, but the truth is that it's never stopped.
Jane is a Darug woman.
I'm a fair-skinned Aboriginal person, so I'm often in white spaces, treated as a white person.
In June last year, Jane had a conversation with a staff member about a decision not to hire an Indigenous candidate.
She then went to describe that person to me and told me that she wasn't the right fit. And I asked, what do you mean not the right fit? And then she then gave a number of descriptors referencing the individual who didn't get the job speaking with a twang and her skin colour being her whole identity. I understood it that she was too black for an all-white office team.
A month later, Jane lodged a formal complaint. In it, she also detailed how staff at another legal aid office had referred to Indigenous peers as lazy and that they take too long on walkabout. After the complaint, Legal Aid commissioned a cultural review at Newcastle and took disciplinary action against Jane's colleague. Despite the review's 17 recommendations to enhance inclusion, 8 out of 12 Aboriginal employees have since left the Newcastle office.
So I think when you do speak up about racism specifically, you inevitably get branded as a troublemaker or a difficult person. I think the system views you as a spot fire that just needs to be pacified and put out.
Legal Aid told 730 that the review of the Newcastle office found most staff hadn't seen or experienced overtly racist or discriminatory behaviour. They said they're taking steps to ensure the office is a safe and culturally inclusive workplace.
To go to work to an institution that claims to be defending the poor, the marginalised, it's in those places where we find it most challenging because we believed in the idea of that institution.
Professor Chelsea Watergo has researched race and inequality across the country and says many workplaces are poorly equipped to deal with complaints of racism.
Typically, the HR response is a PR response. It's protecting the institution, not centering the victim and addressing what has happened to them. Taking this to the public square, I think, offers victims something more than the internal process which insists that victims stay silent.
730 has obtained an anonymous survey of legal aid staff which details over 80 allegations of discrimination and over 50 allegations of racism last year. More than half of all Aboriginal staff have reported experiencing racism or discrimination, but most felt complaining wouldn't make a difference. Lawyer Sarah Ibrahim has worked at Legal Aid for a decade and has decided to blow the whistle on her employer.
My observation of racism in legal aid means you are excluded at different points in time where you shouldn't be, where you're overlooked where you shouldn't be, where you're seen as the problem when you shouldn't be, or where you're not seen as an authority in spaces where you should be.
The Egyptian solicitor has her own firm but works at Legal Aid's Sydney branch part-time. She recently complained to the Ombudsman, saying Legal Aid poses a serious safety risk for racial minorities and asked that the complaints handling process be investigated.
I don't know every marginalised person, racialised person in legal aid, but all I know is that I'm not alone.
730 spoke to 17 other Legal Aid New South Wales staff from culturally diverse backgrounds who all feel the biggest barrier they face is a lack of career progression and opportunities. Last year, Sarah took her concerns to the top, writing to Legal Aid's executive.
I got to the point where I decided that I was going to speak up. It was a really big decision for me.
In an email, Sarah wrote that she wanted to be heard on her experience of racism over the course of her employment. A meeting never took place.
I think we can't ignore it anymore. You can ignore me individually, but you can't ignore the collective.
The lawyers say speaking out is just the latest chapter in a career fighting for justice.
I started this conversation and I'll keep having it because it's too important and it affects too many people.
And what we find with people who speak out against racism, oftentimes they're not wanting a reward for their suffering. They're wanting change.
Today, the head of Legal Aid emailed the organisation's Aboriginal staff network, acknowledging discrimination within the organisation, apologising for distress and hurt. You can find Legal Aid's full response to 730's story on our website. Now to the UK, where Boris Johnson will continue as Prime Minister for now, after surviving a vote of no confidence overnight. But with 41% of his own party voting against him, his future as leader is still precarious.
I think this is a very good result for politics and for the country. I do. Just in this sense, I think it's a convincing result, a decisive result, and what it means is that as a government we can move on and focus on the stuff that I think really matters to people.
Sebastian Payne is the Financial Times Whitehall editor in London. To steal a line from Monty Python, just a flesh wound seems to be the vibe from Boris Johnson, but is it?
Well, the fact is 41% of Conservative MPs have voted against the Prime Minister in this confidence vote. And that's not normally a good sign if you look based on past precedent, that there's been 9 elected leaders of the Conservative Party, 4 of them have been subsequently challenged, and all of them have been out of office within the year. And I think the private calculations of Johnson's team yesterday, they were talking about keeping numbers below 100, then below 120, and the fact was almost 150 Tory MPs that went against him is pretty bad, and I think it's going to cause big problems in him governing now. And this morning the Prime Minister is trying to say we're just going to keep on going as we are, we're not going to fundamentally change, but that's going to be very difficult when such a big chunk of your parliamentary party is not on board.
The rules are that he can't face another no confidence motion. So what are the other ways that his grip on the Prime Ministership could now be loosened?
So the rulebook does say that once you've won a confidence vote as Tory party leader, you can't be challenged again for another 12 months. But of course, the rulebook can be changed. And senior people within the party say, look, if there's a big demand for another confidence vote, we'll make it happen one way or another. If we look back to Boris Johnson's predecessor as Prime Minister, Theresa May, she won a confidence vote in December 2018 by a bigger margin, in fact, and she was out within 6 months. And that was a mixture of the cabinet losing faith in her, the grassroots Tory party lost faith in her, and again, there was talk of a further confidence vote. So what happens now is not entirely clear, and I think those rebels are looking at ways they can try and make life pretty difficult for the Prime Minister, forcing legislation to vote, difficult votes on the Prime Minister's conduct in the House of Commons. So I think we're going to be setting in for a good period of guerrilla warfare, and the question, of course, is how does the PM's team respond to that? And I think that's what they're trying to figure out right now.
How is the Labor opposition leader Keir Starmer performing, and how is he viewed by the public currently?
So since the whole Partygate scandal began, this was about a whole series of rule-breaking events that were held within Downing Street, and Boris Johnson became the first sitting Prime Minister to be fined by the police and having found broken COVID laws over one of the events he attended, but not several other events. Ever since that scandal really started to get going at the beginning of this year, his approval ratings have tanked, and those of Sir Keir Starmer's have increased quite significantly. Now, there's a general sense within the opposition Labour Party that he is liked but not loved by lots of people, and that he's had some by-election wins. He had a decent set of results in some local elections in May, but it's sort of the country's not fallen in love with Keir Starmer yet. They're simply going to him because they don't like Boris Johnson. But he's got his own issues as well. We've had this other scandal, it's non-stop in Westminster at the moment, called Beergate, and this is over a campaign event that was held in April 2021 when Sir Keir Starmer was spotted swigging a bottle of beer at a Labour Party campaign event. And many opponents have said, well, this is the same as Boris Johnson. He's broken COVID laws and he is also under police investigation, which is due to wrap up pretty soon. Now, if he was fined, he said he would quit. If he's not fined, then he's one bound and free. So for Labour at the moment, they're also in a bit of a pickle, but they're in probably the strongest position they've been in a good 5 years, I would say. And if you look at the polls now, there's a general election tomorrow, then Keir Starmer would certainly be Prime Minister.
And when is your next general election?
So the latest date it could possibly be is December 2024, which feels like an awful long way away right now. And Boris Johnson's team are plotting to have one in the spring of 24. But of course, whenever you're in political difficult water, you always threaten a general election to get people within shape. So there was lots of mutterings in Westminster around last night that Boris Johnson could call a snap election to reinforce discipline, or potentially next year. My sense would be is they're going to wait as long as possible. They want to get as far away from the pandemic as possible. They want to get inflation down as quickly as possible and try and restore some discipline. But of course, the longer that kicks on, the more time you've got for another leadership challenge.
Sebastian Payne, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the programme for tonight. Thanks for your company. Good night.
Come on a trip down memory lane.
You right to go?
Looking forward to it. With 6 iconic Australians.
Very nice to be with you, David.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm ready to get the inside story.
We're going to start with something that we're not 100% sure about.
Right. Of some memorable moments.
Look at that. I remember that. How did you think your future would play out?
Welcome to the first Norman Gunston show.
You touch my heart. The ABC of starts June 28 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Julian Assange has been suffering terrible deprivation because he published the truth.
Julian isn't a name, he's not a symbol, he's a human being.
What are your worst fears?
Those are just collapses.
It's okay. In no sane world can this be normalized.
We're here because we have a child in the and want to get him out.
Twinkle, little star. Ithaca, a fight to free Julian Assange. Next Tuesday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Look, it's a flashy gimmick to market the new season of Ruin.
This is genius. Great advertising.
Featuring your favourite advertising experts.
Collect us all.
Fully customisable to fit your personality. And they'll sing your favourite advertising jingles.
No, we won't, but we will deconstruct the way that brands are trying to sell to you.
It's the